Hi everyone, this is Ravi. Welcome to TRICENTIS Tosca full course. So this will be 5 hours course where I'll be covering the beginners and intermediate level concepts related to TRICENTIS Tosca latest version 16. And this is our part 1 of full course. So I'll be publishing part 2 of full course next, covering advanced level concepts of TRICENTIS Tosca. Please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos. Thank you. So, following are the topics that I'm going to cover in this 5 hours of the course. How can we download and install TRICENTIS Tosca latest version 16? And I'm going to explain you navigation of TRICENTIS Tosca 16, and I'm going to steer the navigation menus. Also, I'm going to teach you how to create Workspace using Tosca and install Tosca automation extension for browsers and introduction to system under test. And what is model-based test automation and about standard modules of Tosca. Introduction to XScan and scan your system under test with XScan. Identify controls by properties and anchors. Create control groups. I'm going to teach you test case automation in 4 parts. First, create test case structure. Create test steps using modules. Populate test step values for test cases. Run your first automated test. Also, I'm going to cover action modes and set action modes WaitOn, verify and select. And I'll be covering action mode buffer, math functions and dynamic expressions, libraries and reusable test step blocks. I'm going to cover the topics apply value range, rescan and module merge. So now let's jump onto the system, start our 5 hours of the course. As you all know, TRICENTIS has released new version of Tosca 16 on 8th December 2022. Okay, so I have got a lot of requests from my subscribers to start training sessions on Tosca 16 covering different concepts of automation. So this is our first session where I'm going to teach you how can we download and install the latest version of Tosca. Please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos. So after this session, I'm going to teach you step by step how can we automate the test cases by using TRICENTIS Tosca. I'm going to cover most of the basic concepts of TRICENTIS Tosca by using latest version Tosca 16. Okay, so in this session, I'm going to teach you how to download and install latest version Tosca 16. Okay, so if you see on the screen, there are 4 steps that you need to follow. First, you need to register with your organization email ID using the link that is displaying on the screen. So I'm going to paste these links in the description so that you can use the links from the description section. Okay, and then you have to log in to your support-hub.tricentis.com by using the registered email ID in the step 1, right? And then you need to request for a license using the below link, basically the link that is specified in the 3rd step. Okay, once you request for the license will be approved by the corresponding TRICENTIS manager. So once it is approved, you are going to receive an email to download and install the Tosca 16 version. Okay, to download and install the Tosca 16 version, you need to use the link that is specified in the last step. Okay, I'm going to paste all these links in the description. Okay, so now let's jump onto the system and see how can we perform all these actions and how can we download and install TRICENTIS Tosca in Windows machine. Okay, so what is our first step? You have to register with your organization email ID using link, right? As I said earlier. So this is the link. Let me go to the link. It's supporthub.tricentis.com. Okay, here you will find a register. You will find register link. You need to click on register, and then you have to provide all the fields here. Okay, Mr. And what is your name, first name, last name, and then your mobile number, which is optional, and then what is your country, street, city, zip, and then language, what is your time zone, right? And you need to provide your business address. Okay, so you need to provide your business address, business email, that means organization email. So you cannot provide your personal email, keep this in mind. Okay, and then you need to confirm your organization email and provide your password and confirm the password, right? And then click on I agree to the private policy, and then I'm not a robot, right? And then you need to click on submit. So as soon as you register, you're going to receive an email to your organization email ID. Okay, and then you need to activate, you need to confirm that the email has been received. Once that is done, all you need to do is, our next step is, you need to log into support-hub.tricentis.com using the credentials that you have provided while registering. Okay, so for me, so I've already logged in here. Okay, if you see support data, and then I am already logged into my user. Okay, and then once you log into your support-hub.tricentis.com by using your organization credentials, you need to request for license using below link. Okay, let me show you that. So this is the link. I'm going to paste this link in the description. I'm going to paste all the links in the description. Okay, you can access all these links from the description. Okay, so you need to click on request cloud training license. As soon as you click on request cloud training license, the request will be sent. Okay, stating that deploying, the status will be deploying. I already sent this request earlier, that's why it's got deployed and it's got approved. Once your training license, cloud training license been approved, then the state will be changed to deployed. Okay, so in my case, I've already raised a request. As soon as you raise a request, you will receive an email stating that the request has been sent to our support team. Okay, once approved, the status will be changed to deployed, and then you are going to receive an email stating that the TRICENTIS manager has been approved your license. And then what you need to do, you need to go to support hub tricentis.com third party license. Let me show you where what I'm talking about. So you need to go to this link. Okay, I'm going to paste this link in the description. Okay, and then you have to select TRICENTIS Tosca. Under TRICENTIS Tosca, you can see Tosca 16 version, right? You need to click on Tosca 16. As soon as you click on Tosca 16, it's going to download a .exe file. Okay, what I already downloaded. Okay, let me show you what it's going to download. Okay, so it will download this particular, yeah, so it's going to download your TRICENTIS Tosca software. Okay, so let me show you how it looks like. Okay, Okay, so this is the zip file. So it will be downloaded in the form of zip file. Okay, so this way, TRICENTIS, see, TRICENTIS Tosca 16. Okay, and then you need to extract TRICENTIS Tosca 16. Okay, you need to extract the zip file. Once you extract, you just need to follow the instructions. You need to double click on this LTS 16 LTS.exe file, and then see, because I already installed, it is asking me to see, I mean, either uninstall, repair, or modify, because I already installed. In your case, you will get a button, I mean, you will get a agreement, license agreement. You need to check the checkbox, and then you need to click on next and follow the instructions that displays on the screen. It's very simple, self-explanatory. Okay, once you complete your installation, you should see a Tosca commander. How it's going to show? So this is the Tosca commander that you should see on the menu. Okay, and you need to click on Tosca commander. As soon as you click on Tosca commander, a commander will be opened. If you see, this is my Tosca commander, right? And if you observe about Tosca, so I clicked on Tosca commander one more time. That's why it's showing. See, this is my latest TRICENTIS Tosca 16 version. Okay, very latest, which is released on 8th December. I think 7th December or 8th December. Okay, and if you go to about Tosca, so it shows you the version as 16. Once that is done, how to get your license, how to basically activate your license. So the way is, you have to click on project, right? I opened the Tosca, click on project, go to license, and here, because your training license is cloud based license, you need to click on connect, and then you have to select connect to cloud hosted license server, because whenever you register and request for the cloud license for the training, right, a license related to cloud will be issued for the user. Okay, you need to select cloud hosted license. In case if you have a self hosted license, then you can select this. Okay, in my case it's a cloud hosted license, and then click on OK, and then you need to provide the credentials that you have given while registering, when you are registering to your support, tricentit right? So the same email ID and the same password you have to provide here. Okay, so let me quickly provide the same email ID and password that I have registered with. Okay, as soon as you click on OK, what it will do, it's going to retrieve your cloud license. Okay, so retrieving your cloud licenses, and then yes, you have successfully connected to the license server and can use Tosca commander right away. Click on OK, and then you can start creating your first project by using latest Tosca 16 version. Okay, so in my next session, I'm going to teach you what are all the new features and what are all the different modifications that has been accommodated in the latest version of TRICENTIS Tosca 16 version. I'm going to teach you the advantages, what are all the new features added, what are all the features that are got modified, right? So all these concepts I'm going to explain you in my next session. After that, we are going to start automating our test cases. I'm going to cover a lot of different concepts, how to automate test cases by using Tosca latest version 16. Stay tuned. Hope you all understand the concepts of downloading and installing Tosca latest version 16. So this is our lesson 2, where I'm going to teach you the navigation of the Tosca 16. So basically in the TRICENTIS Tosca, what are all the different options that are available, and what are all the different ribbons that are available, and what are all the different panes that are available. I'm going to teach you how to navigate them and how to analyze your Tosca UI. Okay, and then we will start learning other automation concepts. Okay, so now for this session we'll stick on to the navigation of the Tosca 16. Please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos. Thank you. Okay, so with this lesson you will be able to steer the navigation and working panes in Tosca. And also you can recognize and manage key Tosca sections. And you'll learn how to save, undo, redo your work. If you see on the screen the default view of Tosca. So on the screen you can see a default view of Tosca. If you see far left, there is a section which is a navigation pane to keep the overview of your work. And then right side in the middle, there is a working pane where you will be working on some individual items of your work. And then you have another top ribbon where you have different sections: test cases, modules, requirements, and execution, right? All these are all different sections. And also you have on top ribbon, there is home, project, view, test cases, menu, right? So you have that menu also. So basically all these sections I'm going to explain you in this session. So now let's jump onto the system and see the navigation of your TRICENTIS Tosca. Okay, so this is my latest TRICENTIS Tosca. Okay, so the Tosca has around 4 main sections. The first one is, this is your left side pane, which is called as a navigation pane, where you can see the overview of your work. Okay, your overview of your work. And the next one is this right side middle pane, right? This one. This is called working pane, where you will be managing your individual items, okay, on which you are working on. So you'll be managing your work at individual item level. Okay, so this is another pane. And the next one is, if you see, these are the column headers for your working pane. Okay, so these column headers can be added or removed based on your requirement. Okay, how? You just need to right click on your column and click on column chooser, and then you have these many different columns. Okay, let's assume I want to add a column called condition. You just need to double click on this. So this will add a new column here. If you want to remove this column, just you have to click on this condition and drag and drop when you see the cross mark. That will remove your column. Okay, and then there is another section, this one. These are all the different tabs that are available, right? These are the different sections that are available in Tosca. So what are all the main sections that are available in Tosca? One is test cases, modules, execution, requirements, test case design, issues, configurations, test planning. Okay, but for us, I'm going to concentrate on only first 4 different sections. Okay, test cases, modules, execution, and requirements. Test cases. No, let me first tell you what is modules. Okay, the module section where you will be maintaining your technical stuff of your system under test. What do you mean by that? The modules where you will be storing your elements and the element locators of your system under test. It's a kind of object repository, but more advanced object repository when you compare with other automation tools. Okay. And then what is test cases? So test cases where you will be managing your input values. So basically the modules are your objects and object locators, and the business logic and the test data that you will be supplying and managing under test cases folder. Okay. And also the flow of your test case will be managed under test cases. And then what is execution? So execution means where you will be able to execute your test cases and see the reports, right? So this is where you will be executing your test cases. And then requirements section. So this requirement section where you can manage your business requirements and tie your test cases and execution suites, basically your test suites and your test cases, you can map them to your corresponding requirements so that it gives you the traceability whenever you execute your test cases. Okay, so basically you can track your entire project status. What is the completed percentage? What is the execution state? What is the coverage of your requirements, right? You can manage all the requirements, and then you can tie your test cases and execution test suites to your requirements. Okay, so these four are the main modules that we are going to concentrate on these sessions. Okay, hope you all understand the concepts. Let me also cover some more topics. Okay, so how can you manage these sections? How can you manage these sections? So let's say if I want to bring requirements section, okay, to right side pane, basically as a right side tab, all you need to do is click on requirements, drag and come to your middle of the pane. So if you want to place on top as a requirement, you can place here, left you can place here, bottom you can place here, right if you want to place, you can just drag and drop here. See, the requirement section is on the right side. Okay, there is another way. How can you open these sections? If you go to sections, you can just click on this execution. You can simply open your section as a floating. Okay, and also if you want to arrange these requirements or tabs, you can just right click here. Either you can close this section or close all but this, or you can float this section, or currently new vertical tab group you can make it as, right? See, it's a new vertical tab. If I want to make it as move to the next tab group, I can move to the next tab group, right? All these kind of, so basically you can arrange your sections in this manner. Drag and drop also you can do. Okay, and there is, if you want to create these sections on your own, you just need to go to your project on top ribbon, right? Under project, right click and then create a component folder, right? Project, and then under this project component folder, you can again create your own modules folder, and then you can create your test case folder, execution folder, requirements folder, right? So this way you can create your own sections also. Okay, and then hope I think I have covered. Okay, let me also tell you one more thing. So if you see on top here, right, this is to save your workspace, whatever the work you are doing, right? And this is to undo your work, and this is to redo your work. So undo and redo works only if you don't save your work, right? Undo and redo can be used if you have not saved your work. Once you save your work, you cannot use your undo and redo sections. On top I am showing. Okay. Hope you all understand the concepts of how to navigate in your latest Tosca 16 version. Okay, how can you navigate to within the different panes? How can you navigate different sections? How can you navigate your top ribbon? How can you navigate to perform undo and redo and save? Okay, hope you all understand these concepts. If you have any queries, you can leave your queries in the comment box. I'll try to respond to your queries. Thank you. Hope you all understand the concepts of navigation of TRICENTIS Tosca 16 version. So this is our lesson 3, where I'm going to teach you how to create the workspace in TRICENTIS Tosca. Please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notification whenever I publish more videos. Thank you. Okay, so to create the workspace, first you need to download the Automation Specialist Level 1 base.tsu file. Okay, this is actually a file which contains pre-created artifacts which will be relevant for your lessons. So I'm going to teach you automation concepts in the next sessions, right? So this .tsu file is necessary for you to understand the concepts. So first you need to download that file, and then to create a workspace you need to select a repository. What kind of repository, what type of repository you want to create, and then you're going to provide the name of your new workspace and use workspace template by selecting the .tsu file that you have downloaded, and then click on create. Okay, so these are the high level steps that you need to follow to create the workspace. Okay, now let's jump onto the system and let's create the workflow in TRICENTIS Tosca. Okay, so this is my Tosca. Okay, how to create workspace? Let's see now by using actual Tosca tool. Okay, so all you need to do is first you need to click on create new button. Okay, and then here first you need to select the type of repository. So there are different types of repositories, but for this session we are gonna select as none, which creates a single user workspace. And then you need to select a new workspace location where you would like to store your entire workspace data, right? So I want to keep this as default. Okay, and then you need to select the name of your new workspace. Okay, YouTube, probably like project e-commerce. Okay, and then you have to check use workspace template. Okay, so as I told you earlier, you have to download the automation specialist level 1 base TSU file before you create workspace. So this file is being provided by TRICENTIS Tosca whenever you install your Tosca version 16. Okay, so this base TSU will be coming along with your installation. Okay, so now all you need to do here, select use workspace template and browse your workspace template thus that we have downloaded just now. What is that? Automation Specialist Level 1 base TSU. Okay, click on open and then click on OK. So it will take a couple of seconds to create your entire workspace by using the base TSU file that we have attached while creating the workspace. Okay, so that base TSU will have your predefined objects and predefined modules. Okay, so if you see here, so the new project has been created and you see you already have some predefined modules. If you see here modules, see, standard module, and then you have workshop module. Okay, under workshop module you have all these modules are the objects that are already added in the workspace. See, everything is added, all the modules and the locators are all added. Okay, so that's the advantage of your base TSU. Okay, automation specialist level 1 base TSU. Hope you understand how to create the workspace.
So this is our lesson 4, where I'm going to teach you how to install test automation extension in your browsers, and also I'm going to introduce you to the system under test that we are going to use while automating our test cases by using Tosca in the upcoming lessons. Please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos. Thank you. Okay, so our first agenda is introduction to system under test. So what is system under test? It's an application that you would like to automate or test by using Tosca. That is called a system under test. Okay, so in our lessons, when we are automating the test cases, we are going to use a demo webshop.tricentis.com. That is a website that is being built by TRICENTIS people, and this is open to the public. So you can register to this website and start automating your test cases for training purpose. Okay, so this is what we are going to refer in our upcoming sessions while automating our test cases. Okay, I'm going to just give you a walkthrough of this entire system under test. I'm going to show you what are all the different functionalities that are available and what kind of test cases that we are going to automate in the upcoming lessons. Okay, stay tuned. So what is our second agenda item? Our second agenda item is installing Tosca automation extension in your browsers. Okay, so why do we need Tosca automation extension? Because so when you are actually automating any application by using Tosca, we will be using a Tosca XScan. Okay, so when you are actually scanning your page by using Tosca XScan, it creates X browser modules to test your web application. Okay, so to work with these created X browser modules, X browser engine has been built by TRICENTIS Tosca. So to work with this X browser engine, you need to install Tosca automation extension for your browsers. Okay, so for Chrome you have an extension, for Mozilla Firefox you have an extension, for Edge you have an extension. Okay, so to install the extension, follow the link that I have pasted in the description. Okay, you can see on the screen also, that is the link that I'm going to use to install the Tosca automation extension in different browsers. Okay, now let's jump onto the system and let me show you what is our system under test web application, and let me walk you through the entire application, and also let me show you how can we install test automation extension. Okay, so let's jump onto the system and see.
So demo web shop is our system under test. So what is system under test? As I explained to you, the application that you would like to test by using Tosca is called system under test. Okay, so this is demo web shop. It's almost like e-commerce site that is being built by TRICENTIS, and this is available for the public. Okay, anyone can register and use this website. Okay, so this has login. So once you click on login, you need to provide your email and then password. Okay, so this web, you need to understand this website very well, because we are going to start working on this website to automate all our test cases. Okay, this is our system under test for our upcoming automation sessions. Okay, so you can select any item from the menu. So let's say I want to buy apparels and shoes. select, and then I want to add a blue jeans to the cart. Add to the cart. As soon as you add blue jeans to the cart, it's going to show product has been added to your shopping cart. So then go to shopping cart, and here either you can provide your discount codes, coupons, and apply the coupon, or you can provide your gift card code and add gift card so that you will get some discount, right? And you need to agree before you check out the item. So agree and then check out the item. So while checking out the item, you need to provide your billing address. Okay, either you can provide new billing address or you can use an existing billing address, and click on continue. And then what is your shipping address? So I want to select my shipping address as same as billing address, or you can select in-store pickup, right? And click on continue. And then shipping methods, you have several shipping methods that you can verify. So you have different functionality, right? You can verify. So if you want to automate by using ground, if you want to automate by using next day, second day, so the price will differ. Okay, so if you see $10 price, $40, $20, something like that. Okay, and then click on continue, and then you have different methods of payments. You can test, you can automate cash on delivery payment, you can automate check money, credit card purchase. I want to select cash on delivery for now. Click on continue, and then you can again, you will pay by COD, and then click on continue. And then here you need to verify your entire billing address, shipping address, payment method, shipping method, and what's the price, quantity, correct? What is the tax, and then additional fee, and what is your total amount, right? Once you verify this, you can click on confirm. That means your order will be placed successfully and order number will be generated. Okay, so this way you can shop anything, books, computers, electronics, all the things. Okay, log out. If you want to register to this website, you can click on register, provide your gender, first name, last name, email address, password, and confirm password. That's it, very simple. Okay, so yourself just get registered to this website so that you'll be ready for our next automation sessions. Okay, so then what is our next agenda? Next agenda is how can we install Tosca automation extension in browsers. Okay, let's say I want to install automation extension, Tosca automation extension in Chrome. How to do that? Okay, so this is the link I provided. I'm going to paste the same link in the description also. So this is the link. So you follow the same link here and go down and then click on, let's say I want a Chrome, Google Chrome, right? I'm going to open this link. I want an extension for the Chrome. And then here, if you come down, there is a link directly. Our version is Tosca 16. That's why I would like to use TRICENTIS Tosca 13.2 and upwards. Click on this. So this will take you to the Chrome Web Store. Okay, or you can directly go to your Chrome Web Store and search for the Tosca automation extension. So because I already added, let me remove from Chrome so that I can show you. Okay, so once you land onto this page, you will have add to Chrome button. Click on add to Chrome and then click on add extension. As soon as you add, the extension will be added here. If you see here, the extension I'm showing, it's showing on Chrome as an extension. Done. So let's say if you want to add extension in the Edge, open your Edge browser, go to your Edge add-ons, and then search for Tosca automation extension. As soon as you search, you will get a search result here. Tosca automation extension for Microsoft Edge. Click on get, click on add extension. Immediately the extension will be added. See, I can see now extension for my Edge. Okay, so this is how you can add Tosca automation extension for Edge and Chrome. So why do we need this? We need Tosca automation Chrome browser, extension for automating your system under test by using browsers. Because when you are actually automating your system under test by using Tosca, we are going to use XScan so that you can create X browser modules. What do you mean by X browser modules? For now, you can think it as object repository. Okay. In the object repository, all the element locators will be added in the form of X browser modules. Okay, so to have this X browser modules or to access your X browser engine of your Tosca, this Tosca automation extension is necessary. Okay, so hope you all understand our system under test and how can you install Tosca automation extension in the browser.
Hope you all understand the concepts of system under test web application and how can we install Tosca automation extension in different browsers. So this is our lesson 5 where I'm going to teach you what is model based test automation and why does Tosca, TRICENTIS Tosca follows model based test automation. And then I'm going to show you some standard modules of Tosca that comes along with your Tosca installation. Okay, so model based test automation is being used by TRICENTIS Tosca. Why? Because the model based test automation advantages are very good compared to script based automation. The model contains, so the model whatever Tosca is using, right, those models contains the technical information and the expected behavior of your system under test. So the model is then, so if you see on the screen, right, in the middle there is a model, right, which is called module in the form of Tosca. So you're going to get familiar from the next session onwards why do we use models and then how to create test cases. For now, just listen as a theoretical part. Okay, so from next session onwards we are going to interact with all these modules, models, and then test cases. Okay, so the model whatever is created is being then fed with business data needed for testing with in the form of for testing which in the form of test cases. So basically the model whatever is created is then fed with business data needed for testing which forms your test cases. So basically the model or the modules itself forms test cases once you feed the business data. Very simple. And you need not to have any scripting knowledge. Anyone can contribute to automation because of this model based test automation. And also it reduces the maintenance. If your application system under test has been changed, for example, then you just need to update the model, which is called module, and then those changes will automatically be made to all impacted test cases. You need not to change the test case by test case. Okay, that's the very advantage. Okay, and these models can be reused as many times as you need. These models can be reused as many times as possible and as many test cases as possible. Okay, so that's the advantage. Okay, and then the next agenda item is standard modules in Tosca. The standard module is actually comes along with the Tosca installation. Okay, so what is the advantage of this standard module? So this stores very basic elements and functions that are useful for any kind of application automation. So these are reusable modules that you need not to build as they are readily available for you. Because, see, for example, you need to interact with an Excel sheet. You need to open an Excel sheet, right? You want to handle pop-up boxes. So all these reusable, I mean, to basically interact or to do all these actions, you have to build some scripts, right? Reusable functions. So in this case, you need not to build them. These are readily available as a modules, standard modules, right? Open URL. This is also one reusable function. So that is available as a standard module. Okay. So all these are all actually reusable modules that you need not to build and you need not to spend time, because these are readily available in Tosca. And how and where you can find these Tosca standard modules. So let's jump onto the system and see what are these standard modules, how can we use them, and where can you find in the Tosca. Okay, so let's jump onto the system.
To all viewers, a big thank you whoever watching my YouTube videos. So what I can observe, around 86.8% of the viewers are watching my videos, but they have not subscribed to my channel. I would recommend and I would request everyone, please do subscribe to the channel and encourage me in posting more and more videos which are helpful for you guys. Thank you. Okay, so where can we find Tosca standard modules? Okay, so this is my Tosca 16. Okay, so when you are creating a new workspace, right, click on create new workspace. I have already explained you how to create workspace in my previous sessions. Okay, so when you are creating a new workspace, you can see when I'm clicking on use workspace template, right, this is where the standard .tsu file is available, standard modules. Okay, let's copy this path and let me go to that path. Okay, so this is your path where I've installed my Tosca. When I'm installing my Tosca, it creates all these folders in this path. Okay, so under this I can see there is a file called standard.tsu. This is what the Tosca standard module. Okay, so if I use this Tosca standard module, let's create one workspace. Standard module understanding. Okay, let's create this workspace. I'm using the standard module that is provided by Tosca. Okay, click on OK. So where can I see the modules? Okay, so once it creates the workspace, I'm gonna navigate to modules and then I'm gonna show you what are these standard modules. Okay, what are all the different standard modules that are available in Tosca. Okay, so if you see, if I go to modules, see these are all the standard modules that are being provided by Tosca. Under T-Box automation tool, example, basic Windows operation. What kind of being Windows operations? If you want to send keys, you can send keys. Or if you want to perform Windows operation, you can perform Windows operation, right? If you want to scroll window, then you can scroll the window. And then file operations. If you want to compare the file, you can use this module. So basically, all these modules are already built. You need not to create a separate script, or you need not to build a script to basically use these operations, right? File comparison, they already provided to you. So you need not to build a script to compare the file, right? And let's assume T-Box engine. Let's say HTML. Under HTML, see one simple example, close browser, open URL. So you need not to write any, these are all the reusable functions or modules that is provided by Tosca. So you need not to write script for opening the URL. You need not to write script for closing the browser, because I can reuse this n number of times. I can reuse this n number of times in any test case, right? That's an example. And then if you want to, let's go to some other examples. Okay, open, if you want to use any SAP related modules, you can use SAP related modules. If you want to use some Excel functions like opening Excel book workbook, it's already available. So you need not to build a script for connecting the Excel and then opening the Excel book, closing the Excel book, creating the Excel worksheet, right? Deleting the Excel worksheet. So you need not to build all these things. All these things are available. PDF, comparing the PDF, you already have one module available, right? So all these kind of different kind of standard modules are already available, and you can use these standard modules n number of times in any test case that you would like to automate. Okay, it's really helpful. It saves a lot of time in automating any kind of application. Okay, hope you all understand the concept of standard modules and also what is model based testing in Tosca.
So from this session onwards, so we'll start automating the test cases, and then we'll start learning different concepts and techniques that we are going to use by using Tosca. So as part of that, it's very necessary to know about the introduction to XScan. So this is our lesson 6, where I'm going to introduce you to XScan and how can you scan your system under test by using XScan in Tosca 16. Please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon, you'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos. Thank you. Okay, so what is our agenda? So by this lesson, you're gonna learn how to navigate XScan, and then how can you use the different XScan views and the buttons that are available under XScan window. And also you will be able to identify the controls by properties and by anchor. And what are all the different basic views available in XScan, and what is advanced view, and what you can access by using advanced view in XScan, and also what is the purpose of select on screen option in XScan. And also I'm going to teach you how can you use the condensed view of your XScan, and then how can you save the controls to your module, and how can you create the module in Tosca. Okay, so I think the identification control by using properties and anchor, that I'm going to cover in the next session. But rest all the topics, how can we navigate through XScan, what is the purpose of XScan, how can we use the XScan in Tosca in capturing the controls, that I'm going to teach you in this lesson. Now let's jump onto the system and see how can we navigate through XScan, and what are all the different views available in the XScan, and what are all the different buttons that we have in the XScan, and how can we use them. Okay, so now let's jump onto the system.
So this is my TRICENTIS Tosca 16 version. Okay, so now let's see what is this XScan and whatever the discussion points that have told you, let's see practically. Okay, so this is my module section. So I have already explained you regarding these sections in my previous session. Okay, so you need to navigate to module section and then right click on your module parent folder and then select scan, and you have to select the scan application because we are testing or we are automating an application, right? Select an application. So this will bring you a new window to select your application. So basically it brings you all the applications that are opened in your system, right? So I need to scan my demo web shop application. So as I told you, we'll be using the demo web shop that is provided by TRICENTIS. Okay, I explained you about this demo web shop in my previous session, so I would recommend you guys to go through this session. Okay, so select the application that you would like to scan and then click on scan. So as soon as you click on scan, you will be landing onto your XScan window, And this is your basic view of your XScan. Okay, so as soon as you landing onto the basic view or your XScan, right now you can directly start adding the objects that you would like to automate. Okay, controls. Okay, let's say I want to add register. You need to just single click on register. That will add the control to your XScan. And then login, that adds your control. And this is your basic view. Okay, and what is advanced view? Okay, if you click on advanced view, the difference in the basic and advanced view is you can see the technical properties of your object control. The technical properties of your control can be viewed in the advanced view. Okay, and if you want to go back to basic view again, you need to click on basic arrow mark. Okay, that takes you back to your basic view. Okay, let's go to advanced view again and see all these technical properties. Okay, and the next option is select on screen. So select on screen is not by default selected. So you need to click on select on screen, and now you can start adding new objects. So basically it works same as basic view, but here you can add the objects and then you also can see the technical properties. Okay, let's add shopping cart. See, I have added the shopping cart. Let's add wish list. Okay, and if you want to remove the select on screen view, you need to again click on select on screen. That will exit your select on screen view. Okay, and then again same, you can go back to basic view. Right, the controls whatever I added, still it's there. And then let's go back to advanced view, and if you see in the advanced view, I can see all the technical properties. If you scroll down here under technical properties, whatever the checkboxes I'm seeing here, right? So for this shopping cart control, this shopping cart control is being identified by the technical property called inner text tag. If you want to identify this element by using class name, you can check this box. Okay, and one more thing is, as soon as you add any new object, let's say I want to add, let's go back to basic view. Let's say I want to add apparels and shoe. As soon as you add, it immediately gives you a notification that the selected item is unique. Okay, so that's one thing. And now let's see what is condensed view. So when you click on this condensed view, the condensed view tab will go to the right side of your screen and it gives you full control of your system under test application. So that means you can view your entire application now. Okay, this is shortcut view. And now again you can add the controls as it is. Again I can add this control by clicking on electronics. So this is added. And if you want to go back to basic view again, click on basic view and see if this electronics is added. Yes, it's there. Hope you understand. And then save your controls. So whatever the controls that you added, this is your save button on top left corner. As soon as you click on save, it saves all the controls to your module. Let's go back to module. See, the new module called demo webshop.login has been added, and all the controls that we added will be saved in this new module called demo webshop.login. Okay, and this gives you an opportunity to add more controls. Let's say I forgot to add another control called gift card. I can add again and then again click on save. So this will update your existing module with the new control that you added. Okay, so the module the new module, it will not create a new module. It basically adds a new control to the same module. Okay. And then what is finish screen? So what is the difference between save and finish? Okay. Finish screen. See, when you save, the controls still remain on the screen and you can add the new controls. But if you click on finish scan or finish screen, this will clear all the controls from your screen and that creates your module. See, the new module with all the controls that we added. Now, if you want to add another module called, for example, some other module, other page, right? Then you can go back to your XScan, start scanning your new page or new module. Okay. And this, the difference is when you click on finish screen, it removes all the controls. If you click on save, the previous controls will be on the screen. Okay. And then you can close your XScan, right? And let's click on scan screen again. Let's say I want to add a new module. Okay. Here, let's go back to your advanced view. And then now let's see what is this highlight selection option. Okay. When you click on highlight selection, so, okay, let me add first login. Okay. Sorry. Let me go back to basic and then click on login, right? Let's go to advanced. So if I want to highlight this control, let's say you have a lot of controls on the page. So if you want to see where is this login, you click on highlight selection. That will highlight the control. That will highlight the control on your application. Okay. So that's the advantage of your highlight. Again, you can simply click on highlight and then remove highlight. Okay. That's the advantage of highlight selection. Okay. So hope I have covered all the topics that we are supposed to learn. Okay. Save and finish. Done. Okay. So we saw the concept. Okay. Where, so in this case, right, I just scanned a new module. When I'm closing this, I don't want to save. You can just click on no. This will not save a new module. Okay. So these are all the controls that we added as a new module. Okay. Hope you all understand the basic concepts of XScan. So this is very important. From next sessions onwards, when we start automating our test cases, we are going to use our XScan to create the modules and to capture the controls and their technical properties. So if you have any queries, please provide your queries in the comment box. I'll try to respond to your queries. Thank you.
Hope you all understand the concepts of XScan in TRICENTIS Tosca latest version 16. This is our lesson 7 where I'm going to teach you how to identify the controls by using properties and by using anchor in TRICENTIS Tosca 16. And also how can you create a control group in Tosca 16. Okay, so what is our agenda item? The first agenda item is I'm going to teach you how to identify the controls by using properties, the technical properties of your control. And how can you identify the controls by specific property? And by using a specific property is a default identification method in Tosca. Okay, it's keep in mind that in generally the Tosca identifies all the controls by using properties by default. And you can use unlimited number of properties for identifying your control. So I'm going to show you how can you use multiple properties in identifying the controls. And also use the properties that are necessary and stable. Why? When you are identifying a control, yes, you can actually use multiple properties, n number of properties in identifying the object. But it's not recommended to use lot of properties that slows down your system. So better to use necessary and stable properties only. Okay, and also I'm going to teach you how can you identify the controls by using anchor property. Okay, it's a very useful concept. Okay, generally Tosca looks for an anchor control first and then serves the target control in the relation of the anchor. So what do you mean by anchor control? So let's say I want to identify login button. So I'm going to use a reference of anchor control, probably title of the page or some other object. So I'm going to use that reference as an anchor property or anchor control. So with that reference of your anchor control, I'm going to identify the login link or the login button in the reference of anchor control. Okay, and also I'm going to teach you how to create the control groups. Okay, so all these concepts I'm going to teach you in this session. So now let's jump onto the system and see how can we identify the controls by using properties and by using anchor method.
Okay, so this is my latest version of Tosca. Okay, so and I'm actually navigated to modules section. Okay, so I explained about all these sections in my previous videos. I would recommend you guys to visit my previous videos. Okay, so I'm in modules section. Now what is our first agenda is identifying the controls by using properties. Okay, let's see. Okay, right click on modules, click on scan and select application scan. Okay, once you select application scan, it's going to show you all the applications that are open in your desktop. Okay, yeah, so these are all the applications. I need demo web shop and then click on scan. Okay, so we are, as soon as you click on scan, right now I'm in advanced view. Okay, this is my basic view. I already explained about all these advanced and basic views and then what is our XScan, right? So I would recommend you guys to go through my previous video. Okay, so here now I would like to add all my this product tabs. Okay, I would like to capture the controls of my product tabs. Okay, let's see how can we do. Okay, there are two ways. Either I can use select on screen method. Okay, or I can directly go to basic view and then keep clicking on these objects. That will add all the objects. See, third, fourth menu, fifth menu, sixth menu, seventh menu. Okay, I think this is something different. Okay, so these are all the controls that I have added. Now I would like to go for the advanced view. Okay, so where are the controls that we added? So if you scroll down, yeah, these are the controls that we added, correct? So, and one more thing is, if you observe, okay, let me see. Okay, so when I click on this control, let me also do one thing. Okay, let me also do one thing. Yeah, okay, so if you see on the page, you have books this way and there is another categories, right? Categories where you have again books, computers, electronics, apparel, shoes, right? Categories and the product tabs. Okay, so let's assume, let's now if I see the categories, okay, and this is, let's select this as well. So if you see the product called the product categories books is the selected item is not uniquely identified, not unique. That means this particular books control, the technical properties are matching with some other control technical properties. So that's why this books category is not identified uniquely. Okay, so to make it uniquely identified, you can do one thing. You can actually select multiple technical properties. Let's assume I want to add another technical property called visible. As soon as I select visible, see at the bottom, okay, see at the bottom left corner, now the selected item is not unique. As soon as I select a technical property called visible, then the object will convert, the notification turns into uniquely identified. See at the bottom, okay. I'm clicking on this visible, right side, visible property, done. See, if you see here, the selected item is unique. Okay, this is the way you can uniquely identify your controls by using technical properties. So that means I have almost added 1, 2, 3 tag, inner text and visible. So 3 properties to identify an object or control as a unique. Okay, so that means you can use n number of technical properties to make a control identified uniquely. Okay, and let me tell you one more thing. So this on top here, right, demo web shop login, if you see, this is the title. What is the title of this demo workshop login? The title is, let me show you, the title is demo webshop dot login. If I go to register, then the title will change to register. What? Demo webshop dot register. If I click on shopping cart, then the title will change to, title of the page will change to demo webshop dot cart. Okay, so that means the title keeps changing based on the page where you landed. Correct? So to handle this particular object or control, I need to change the property called title. How should it change? I should change the property as, see here, instead of login, I can simply put a star as a regular expression. That means any page will start with demo webshop title and it might have some text. Okay, so let me just because we already changed the page, right, let me rescan. Okay, I need to rescan again. Okay, scan, let's go to advanced view. Okay, so I'm talking about this, right, this page. See here, I changed, I removed it, I kept star, and then that's it. That means I can uniquely identify the page title like this. And now what we added, actually, the all the products, let's add all the products again. Okay, I'm directly, I can add all the product menu items directly from here also. This is also another way. Okay, this is another way. Okay, so let's see, these are all uniquely identified. Okay, now let's, you can actually, the module name, you can change the module name. I want to change this as demo web shop product tabs, because I'm storing all the product tab links. That's why I'm naming this module as product tabs. Okay, done. Now you can simply finish screen. That will create a module. I explained you about this in earlier session also. So now if you see, we have now created demo web shop product tabs, and if you expand this, you have all the controls that we captured while doing the XScan. Okay, so this way, identifying the controls by using multiple properties or by using any kind of technical properties. Okay, so what is our next agenda? Next agenda is identify the properties by using anchor. Okay, so let me do one thing. Let me create a new module. Okay, click on modules. So let's first, okay, yeah, let's be on the same page. Right click, scan application, and then let me do one thing. Right click, scan application. Oh, sorry. Let me first close the scanner here. Okay, we already opened one scanner. So right click on scan and application. Okay, so now you need to select the application as usual. Okay, so this is demo web shop. Click on scan. And now I want to add the categories. Okay, instead of this, I want to add the categories. Okay, let's go back to your basic view and then add books, add computers, electronics, apparels and shoes, download, jewelry, and gift card. If you see here, let's go back to advanced also. Because if you see in the orange color, that means these objects are not uniquely identified. See, the selected item is not unique. The selected item is not unique. Okay. So let's go back to advanced view. Okay, first. Okay. Because all these are highlighted in orange color, that means these objects are not uniquely identified. Okay, now I want to resolve this issue by using anchor. Okay, I want to identify these books, all these controls, by using identify by anchor. If you see on the top, identify by, click on anchor. So first of all, you need to select the control. You need to select the control that you would like to identify by the anchor. Okay, I clicked on this control and then identify by anchor. As soon as you click on identify by anchor, the right side, the identify by anchor pane will be opening. Okay, and before you do that, I need to see some more elements that are not visible on this page, like div, ul, right, or any href tags, right? All these kind of technical properties I would like to see. How can we do that? You need to use the filter here. You have to expand the filter in a such a way that it shows you, see, now apart from books, whatever the links that you are watching on the screen, it shows more technical properties. Okay, so if you see the books, computers, all these links are under the container called ul, under the container called ul. So I would like to use this container as my anchor to identify these links uniquely. Okay, for that what I'm going to do, again, first let's do books. I would like to identify books as an unique control by using anchor. Okay, right click, sorry, identify by anchor. And now you need to select the anchor that you would like to use in related to books. Okay, so this is my anchor, right? Click on this anchor, drag and drop the anchor here, right side. If you see on the right side pane, drag and drop the anchor here. And if you observe clearly, when I drag and drop the anchor, it says the anchor control is not uniquely identified. See, to identify any control by anchor, first of all, the anchor should be uniquely identified. Okay, so if you see, there is an option to make anchor unique. If you see at the bottom, there is a button, make anchor unique, or I can directly select class name so that it makes unique anchor. Okay, let's see. Let's make anchor unique. So as soon as I click on this make anchor unique, what it did, it selected inner HTML. And if you see at the bottom now, the selected item is unique. That means now the anchor is unique. Okay, and if you see, the books also now turned onto gray color. That means this is unique. What about computers? Now again computers, you have to do same thing, right? Again computers, you have to do same thing. Identify by anchor, click on anchor, drag UL and drop here, and done. This is also uniquely identified now. Go to electronics, identify anchor, drag UL container as your anchor. That's it. Apparels and shoes. Identify by anchor, drag the anchor control, done. Digital download, identify by anchor, drag the UL container as an anchor control. So digital downloads are uniquely identified. Now jewelry, identify by anchor, drag the anchor control here, done. Now gift cards, right? Last one, drag the UL control as an anchor control, done. So now I can see all the product categories are now uniquely identified. And let me explain one more thing. See, in the anchor control, if you see here, what kind of relative algorithm that Tosca would like to consider in identifying all these categories, that also you can define. There are three types. One is using the relative algorithm called auto, or shortest path, or coordinate. So auto, when you select auto, it actually by default Tosca will use the shortest path. Okay, if shortest path is not worked out, then it uses coordinate. Okay, that is auto. What is shortest path? What shortest path is? First, in the tree structure, in the tree of your HTML design, right, it starts identifying the object or the control from the anchor control. Okay, first it searches for the anchor control, and then from anchor control in the tree structure, it start identifying your corresponding object or corresponding control in related with the anchor control. Okay, if you use coordinate, right, what it will do, it actually uses the coordinates to identify your control. But these coordinates, if you select these coordinates, what happens, if the screen resolution is changed, then there might be big chances that the control might not be able to find. Okay, so better you select auto or shortest path. Okay, so for all these controls, I'm identifying the controls by anchor by using relative algorithm as auto. Okay, so once these controls are selected, and one more thing is, see, you need not to, okay, so I want to add all these controls. You need not to add this, what I can say, the container, right? So that's why I don't want to select this container. Okay, okay, I think again it's all got disturbed. Let me just again identify by anchor, and then okay, yeah, so now all are actually uniquely identified. Now what I can do, I can save this. Let me save. Before this, I want to rename this as demo web shop, this time product categories. Okay, product categories, because I'm saving all the links related to product categories. Okay, and then click on finish screen. So what happens, it's going to create, and let's close the XScan. It's going to create another module. If you see here, see the new module called product categories. These are all we added by using anchor controls. Correct? Done. Now, what is our next agenda? How can you create the control groups? Okay, what do you mean by control groups? Control groups are, if you want to group all the controls based on the type of control. Let's say I want to group all the links as one control group. I want to group all the buttons as one control group. I want to group all text boxes as one control group. Okay, you can do that. How? Let's say these are all actually links, right? I can simply, what links? Product category links. I can simply select all these controls and then right click and click on convert to control group. What is the control group? You can just rename this control group as product categories links, right? So if you expand this now, so all these controls are actually part of product categories links. So this way you can group all of your controls based on the type, I mean whatever the way you want, okay? Or if you want to again remove these control group, right click and convert to separate X module attributes. If you click on this again, now all these are will be separated as normal controls. These are not grouped, right? Okay, hope you all understand the concepts of identify controls by properties. And as I explained you, identify controls by specific properties, a default identification method in Tosca. And also I showed you how can we use the properties, multiple properties in identifying the control. And also user properties that are necessary and stable. So basically using properties are necessary and stable. So basically we need to use the properties, sir, sorry, so there is a spell mistake, okay? We need to use the properties that are necessary and stable. You need not to use n a number of properties, because using more properties takes more time in identifying the controls, okay? And also I showed you how to identify controls by anchor, correct? And also I showed you how to create control groups, okay? Hope you all understand the concepts.
By now, you are very much familiar with all the concepts that are required to start test case automation by using latest version Tosca. So this is our lesson 8, where I'm going to teach you the initial step that is required to automate test cases. For automating the test cases by using Tosca, we need to follow the series of steps. I'm going to teach you in detail in couple of next sessions to automate the test cases. What are all the steps that we need to follow to complete test case automation of your manual test cases? So this is lesson 8, where I'm going to teach you the first step, where we'll be creating a test case structure by using test case module in Tosca 16. Please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos. Thank you. Okay, so to create test case structure in Tosca, first we need to navigate around the test case section. So in this session, I'm going to teach you the navigation of your test case section. And then we are going to define and create the folder structure for test case creation that reflects your business workflow. So I'm going to take you one example, and I'm going to teach you creation of the folder structure for that particular use case. And also elements containing the sequence information. That means the test case structure, nothing but the elements that contains the sequence of the information. And to create test cases, we need to actually call the modules that we created in earlier sessions. I already explained you how to create the modules, right? So the modules are related to technical information and the test cases are related to business information. So we will be creating test cases by using the modules that we already created. Okay, and also we need to have a proper naming convention while creating test cases or test case folder structure. So we need to use the 3 approval stages while creating the test cases. That means when you start creating the test case, you will be changing the status as planned in Tosca. And then once you start progressing in the test case structure or creation of the test case, you will be changing the status to in work. So once we complete test case creation, we'll be changing the status to completed. Okay, so this session is mostly concentrated on the test case folder structure creation. So in the subsequent sessions, I'm going to teach you other steps so that we can complete test case automation fully. So now let's jump onto the system and see how can we create test case structure by using Tosca latest version 16.
Okay, so first, let me explain you what is the test case that we are going to automate in today's session, and we are going to carry forward the automation of this test case in the upcoming couple of sessions. Okay, so as I explained you, so test case automation in TRICENTIS Tosca is involved with 5 to 6 sequence of steps. I'm going to teach you each step clearly with an example so that you can understand how to automate your test case. Okay, so in this session, I'm going to teach you how to first step of your test case automation, where you'll be creating a test case structure, right? So I already explained you what does this test case structure in my previous slide. So now let's understand what is the test case that we are going to automate. Okay, so here, this is, as I explained you in my previous sessions, I'm going to use demo web shop. It's a website provided by TRICENTIS. Okay, so our test case is user need to log in with valid credentials. Once he logins with valid credentials, he need to order an item. What is ordering an item? Okay, so first we will be logging in by using a user and then order the product. So let me order apparels and shoes. So please remember the sequence of the business flow, basically business information, or the sequence of the process flow that we are talking here. Okay, that really helps in automating your test case. So now what I'm doing, I'm ordering the product by clicking on the add to cart. I'm ordering blue jeans. Once I order the product, now I need to start checkout process. How? Go to shopping cart and then agree with the terms of service and then click on checkout. So this is your start checkout process. And then checkout process. So start checkout, just now we did. And now what is the process to complete your checkout? That is, provide your billing address and then select your shipping address and then select your shipping method. So this I already explained in my previous session. Okay, select your shipping method and then you have to select your payment method, cash, credit card, etc, etc. And then you need to see the payment information and then you click on continue here. And next step is, see, we just ordered the product, started the checkout, and we completed checkout process. Now what is the next step? Verification of the prices. So I need to verify what is the shipping cost, what is the payment method additional fee, what is my total cost, and what is my quantity, right? So verification of the prices is next step. Once that is done, I need to click on confirmation. That is confirmation step. What is the confirmation step? Click on confirmation and then see if you get the order number or not, right? And what is our next step is verification of success. You need to verify if the order has been successfully processed and then you got the order number. Okay, so what are all the steps it involves? The test case involves first login, order product, start checkout, checkout process, verification of prices, confirmation, and verification of success. So these are all the sequence of actions that I need to automate my entire test case. So now for this, we need to create a folder structure in TRICENTIS Tosca. So this is my TRICENTIS Tosca. I have already explained you a different sections of modules, requirements, execution, test cases, right? I already explained in my previous session. I would recommend you guys to visit previous session to understand more about current session. Okay, so now first, to automate your test case, you need to create a test case structure. Okay, so for that, first so this is my test case section, so which is in blue and green color. Okay, blue color, basically the blue color section is test case section. Okay, I'm in test case section. First, let me right click on the test case, the main test case folder, and then create a folder. This is our 8th session, correct? So I want to create a folder called 08, sorry, session, okay, 08 in work. Okay, let's, under this folder, I want to create another folder. Right click on the folder and click on create folder. The name this as session 08 test case structure. So we are creating test case structure. That's why I'm naming the test case folder as a test case structure. Okay, what is our test case? Shipping cost. Basically what we are doing, we are actually verifying the shipping cost and then successful message, right? I want to create a test case now. In this folder, see, naming convention of your folder structure or the folders and the test cases are very, very important. Okay, create, right click, and this is your folder. I want to create a test case. So this is the symbol of your test case, the round circle with arrow. Okay, create test case and name this as shipping costs. Okay, so if you see here, this is my test case. Okay, and now you need to navigate to test cases. How? You just, in the left side, this is your high level work structure, correct? Double click on this, and right side is where you will be planning or you will be writing your test steps. Okay, so now as soon as you create your test case, the work state needs to be changed. See, if you see, by default work state is planned, because now I started working on this particular test case. Mark this as in work. I explained you the states of your test cases in my previous slide. Okay, now my test case is in the work, right? I'm working on this test case. Here, under this test case, I need to create TestStep folder structure. So this is my test case structure, test case folder structure. Once I create a test case, you need to create TestStep folder structure. Okay, right click. Let me create 3 folders. My first TestStep folder structure is precondition, and then my second folder is a process, actual process, and then the third folder is post condition, right? So I created the folder structure of my test steps. Under this process, let's expand the left side. Okay, under this process, I want to create 6 different folders. Okay, so for that, you just click on process folder in the left pane, so that the process will be opening in your right pane. Okay, now I need to create 6 different folders. Right click. So I explained you the process, where the login process, right? Login, order, order product, start checkout, right? So that is what I'm going to create now. So first, what is the process? First, I need to create, or I need to order the product, right? Order product. Once I order the product, what is my test case flow? Start checkout. Start checkout. Once you start the checkout process need to complete. Correct? So checkout, where you'll be entering your shipping method, payment method, and all these things. Checkout process. So checkout process is done, and then you need to verify the prices. So right click again, create folder, verification of prices, right? Once that is done, my next is confirmation. I have to confirm the order, right? Confirmation. Okay. Once confirmation is done, you need to verify the successful order placement. Correct? Right click, create folder, verification of success. Verification of success. Right? So now I've created 6 different folders under process. So if you go to test case now, if you see here, this is my entire test case structure. My test case is some test case like called test case structure. Under this I have created one test case called shipping cost. Under this test case I have created 3 main folders: precondition, process, post condition. And then under process I have defined the flow of the process: order product, start checkout, checkout process, verification of prices, confirmation, verification of success. So that means now this test case is a meaningful test case. This defines my business flow. I created a test case structure with a business flow, right? So for this session, that is it. So in the next session, so once you create your test case structure, now you need a technical, I already explained about modules, right? Where we store the technical information of your system under test. And this is your test case structure. So now we need to combine the technical information with test case structure and provide your business information or the test data that is required to steer your test case, right? So our first step of our test case automation is done. So in the next session, I'm going to teach you our next step to complete our test case automation by using Tosca.
So this is our lesson 9, where I'm going to cover this step 2 to create the test steps using the modules that we created. Please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos. Thank you. Okay, so our agenda item is create test steps. So we need to populate your test case with the test steps. So in the previous session, we created test case folder structure, right? Now, for that particular test case folder structure, we need to populate the test steps. So how we can do that, I'm going to teach you in this session. And we are going to use the standard subset, that is .tsu file provided by TRICENTIS Tosca with your Tosca installation. So I have already explained you how to install Tosca in my first session. Okay, go through that session. Okay, and while using these standard modules to perform common steering operations and our own created modules by using XScan. That means we need to use the standard modules and also the modules that we created to create the test steps. Okay, and then there are 2 ways to create the test steps in Tosca. The first way is either you can drag and drop the module onto your test case or test case folder. And the second method is you can use the function called add test step at test case or test case folder level. Okay, so now let's jump onto the system and see how can we create test steps by using Tosca.
Okay, so this is my Tosca 16. Okay, so in my previous session, I have already showed you where we created test case structure. Okay, so in this session, now we are going to create test steps for your test case structure folder. Okay, so in my previous session, we have created this entire folder. Let me copy this folder, copy, and then paste this folder here and rename this folder as session 09 test steps creation. Okay, so once you rename, just minimize the previous folder and expand this folder. So before I create test steps, I just want to show you module creation. Okay, so I have already showed you how to create module, but for this session we are gonna create a basic module so that you will be able to understand how to create your modules to capture the controls of your system under test. Okay, so as you all know, my system under test is demo webshop TRICENTIS.com. Okay, so I'm gonna create a small module where I'm gonna capture all the controls that are required to log in my demo web shop. Okay, so let me create quickly. Go to modules section, go to web shop. I've already created a small folder called customer. Okay, and this is my subfolder. So I'm gonna capture all the controls in this particular folder. How to scan your system under test? By right clicking on the module, click on scan and click on application. So as soon as you click on application, it opens all the applications that are open your system in your system. So this is the application that I would like to XScan demo web shop and click on scan. So now I would like to go back to my basic view. So I have already explained you about this XScan, all the options that are available in XScan and how to perform XScan in my previous sessions. Okay, I would recommend you guys to go through that particular session. So I would like to shift to my basic view and then I would like to capture all the elements that are actually required for login. Okay, I'm going to capture email, click on this, password, remember me, forgot password, login button. Okay, I captured all of them. Okay, and then let's go to advanced view and select this top filter. You decrease the filter so that you can see only selected controls. So you just need to drag to the left so that you can see only the controls that are selected, and make sure that the naming convention of your controls are proper so I can see everything is correct, and rename this module as demo web shop, demo web shop. Okay, demo web shop, demo web shop login page. Okay, and once you rename this module, also make sure that the title of this page is parameterized. I mean, you need to use regular expression. As I explained you earlier, this web shop, right? This URL, the title of the page keeps on changing based on the page where you are. Okay. So now I would like to use the regular expression so that this title works for all the pages. What I'm doing, I'm keeping star after demo web shop. Okay. Click OK. And now save the module and then close your XScan. And now just go back to your module section and see the demo web shop login, right? So I have captured all the controls that are required for login. Okay. In the same way, I have already captured all the controls for different modules like apparels and shoe product, and what is my product choice tab, right? What product choice tab is product categories, like these actually all these product categories, and these product categories, apparels and shoes. Once I go to apparels and shoes, blue jeans, right? I have captured all the controls in different modules. Okay, these are all the web shop modules that I have already captured in the same manner how we captured login page. Okay, so now let's go back to test cases. So now we need to populate test steps under the test case structure folders, right? So first let's go to precondition. Let's populate test steps under precondition. So to populate test steps, you need to keep your modules aside. So drag and drop to the right. I have already showed you all these options. Okay. And now your test case is here. Your test case. Okay, once again. You can see the test case here. Correct. Left side and your modules right side. Okay. And now let me just drag and drop. Okay, let's adjust this. Okay, so for login I have already created, sorry, for precondition, what is my precondition? I have to first enter the demo web shop URL, correct? So let's go to demo web shop URL. So if you see under web shop, under standard modules, under T-box engine, under HTML, I've already showed you. So these standard modules are created by Tosca so that you can use these standard modules for any kind of application. Okay. So under this, I have a module called open URL. Drag this and drop here. So the open URL I dragged and dropped here. Okay. I'm not going to populate any values for the test steps. So we are going to populate the values in the next session. For this session, we are going to create test steps for the test case structure. Okay. So now next we dragged and dropped, and let me also create post condition where I'm going to close the browser, right? Just drag this module and drop into post condition. That's it. Close the browser. Now let's go to precondition again. And once you open your web browser, what we need to do? I need to navigate to login page. From where? See, this is my top menu, right? Click on login. So that means I have to click on login. For that, I have another module. So one more thing is, either you can drag and drop from this way, or let me just put the module back to the tabs. And now there is another way. Under precondition, I need to click on login, right? For this, instead of dragging and dropping, there is another way. You can right click on this precondition and search and add test step. Okay, this searches your modules. Whatever the modules we saw here, it shows here also. Or just click on Control T, Control plus T. Okay, so that also opens your modules. Okay, so now navigate to login page, right? So for that I need a module called top menu. So where I have stored all the controls of your top menu. Okay, I have already created that. Let me just search on top menu. So web shop top menu. Select this. As soon as you select, that step is created. Under this top menu, I'm going to click on login. How? You need to enter the values to perform or to steer the application. That I'm going to explain in the next session. So we are going to just add the test steps, but later we are gonna populate the values. Okay, and then once I click on login, I need to once I select login, correct? Once I select login, now my next step is to basically I need to login page. Okay, so I need a login page. So just now we created a login page module, right? So let's go to precondition. So precondition is login. Opening URL, clicking on login, and then provide your credentials, right? So again, place your cursor here, Control T. Just now we created login. If you see demo web shop login page, this is what the module we created just now. That's it. Done. Once I log in, now your process starts. So let's now go to your process. First, you will be ordering your product. How? From the product choice table, right? From the product choice. Let me log in. Okay, here. Let me log in here. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. So once you log in, from the product choice, this is product choice. I already created a module called product choice tab, and I stored all these controls, all these links in the product choice tab. Okay. I'm going to click on this appearance issue. So that means I need to add a module called product choice tab. Go here under process. What is my first order product? Go to order product. Here again, place right click, search add test step, product choice tab. If you see here, this is my module. Add this module. Okay, and you can select the category, product category from here actually. Which one? Apparels and shoe. But we are not gonna populate the values in this session. Okay, once that is done, under order product again, under order product, now once I click on this apparels and shoe, right, I need to select the blue jeans, correct? So let's right click. So basically we have to rename all these actually. Let me rename this. Okay, see this web shop product choice tab, right? Better you rename this so that it will be meaningful. You will understand what you are performing here. Okay, here navigate to apparels and shoes. So this module or this test step is to navigate to apparels and shoes, correct? And then now you need to go to blue jeans. Navigate to blue jeans. How? And I have already added a module called Control T, apparels and shoes. If you see here, apparels and shoes product selection. Okay, click on this and rename this as navigate to blue jeans. Okay, so once that is done, you need to order blue jeans, right? So for ordering the blue jeans, I have a module called blue jeans. See, this is the module, and rename this as order blue jeans. Okay, that is done. So this session will be bit longer because we are going to complete entire end-to-end test case automation, right? Step 2 of your automation. Okay, once I order the blue jeans, now what is my next task? My next task is start checkout. So once I order blue jeans, I need to start the checkout process. Correct? Order. Now you need to start the checkout process. So go to start checkout. Under start checkout, you need to click on shopping cart. That means you need to navigate to start shopping cart. Again, you need to call the top menu here, right? If you remember, we already used the top menu earlier also. Okay, so now Control T, top menu, add this. Done. So once that is done, and again you will be clicking on basically you will be navigating to. So now let me just rename this as navigate to shopping cart. So okay, by using this module you will be navigating to shopping cart, and then you need to start your shopping cart procedures, right? Start shopping cart procedures. Okay, Control T, you already have shopping cart module. If you see shopping cart module, okay, just select that and rename this as shopping cart procedures. Shopping cart procedures. So where I'm gonna go to shopping cart, here I'm starting the shopping cart procedure, which is this, check this box and check out. Okay, so once that is done, shopping cart procedures, and now you need to provide your billing address, shipping method, payment methods. So if you go here, checkout, you need to now do billing address, shipping method, payment method, and not product confirmation. So now that is comes under checkout process. Okay, here go to checkout process, and here I already added billing. All the controls related to billing I already added as a billing address. Okay, Control T, billing. So if you see billing address, that is done. And then under checkout process, once you done billing address, let me rename this as billing address continue. Sorry, billing address continue, and then shipping address, again Control T. I am already having a shipping address module. Sorry, shipping address, this one, not shipping method, shipping address, right? And rename this as shipping address continue. Okay, that is done. And then once you done with your shipping address, what is next procedure? Your shipping method ground. Okay, I'll be selecting ground. Okay, see, continue, and then shipping address, sorry, and then shipping method, where I'm going to select ground, right? So again Control T, shipping method, right? Once shipping method is done, so here what is that? Shipping method ground. Rename this shipping method ground. Once shipping method is entered, you will be entering your payment method. So I'm going to select the payment method as credit card. Okay. So for that, Control T, I already created a payment method module where I captured all the controls, payment methods. Okay. So let's rename this payment method credit card. I'm going to select credit card. Okay. Once that is done, and then you'll be providing your payment information for the credit card, right? For that, again, Control T. Here I need to use payment information module. Payment information module. If you see, this is my payment information credit card. So now here, let me rename this as payment information credit card. Okay, I'm just renaming this payment information credit card. Okay, I'm just expanding. So once that is done, under checkout process, you need to, I think that is it. Once you provide the payment information, click on continue. Sorry, this is your payment information, right? And then confirmation order. That means I'm gonna shift to verification of prices. Okay, so verification of prices, under verification of prices, for now, so let me just right click. So verification of prices, under verification. Okay, right click, verification of prices. I'm gonna leave empty for now because I'm gonna cover this verification of prices in future sessions, okay, where we will be validating all the prices. Okay, for now I'm going to ignore this for now. Okay, here confirmation order, if you go to confirmation, here I already have confirmation order, confirm order, and I'm going to confirm the order here. Okay, how? Clicking on confirm so that the order gets confirmed. Okay, and then once you click on confirm order, what is our next procedure? Verification of success. So under verification of success, you need to add order successful. Okay, Control T, order successful. So that means once you click on confirm, the order successful will come. Okay, all the controls related to that successful page I stored in this module. Okay, so once that is done, now what is the next one? Oh, let me rename this. Okay, let me rename this, saying that confirm. Okay, verification of success, right? Verify the order success. So let also rename this one also, the previous one. I think we forgot to rename this. Control A, what we are doing? Confirm the order. We are going to click on confirm button, right? Once the verification of success is done, what is our next step? Next step is post condition. Under post condition, we already added close browser, but here I'm not going to close the browser. I'm going to click on continue first. Correct? So for that, I need to add another module called order successful. Let's call this order successful again. Control T, order successful, where I captured all these. See, I'm going to click on continue. So this one you need to rearrange the order. Before I close, I'm going to click on continue. That's why drag and drop to the top. Once I click on continue, I need to log out. Correct? So for that, again, top menu. What we are going to do? We are going to call the top menu. Control T, top menu, drag this and drop here. So here I'm gonna log out. Click on log out and then close your browser. Correct? So that's what we are gonna do. Correct? And then log out, close your browser. So now if you see, let's go to the test steps that we have populated here. How you can see, right, if you want to expand, you need to expand, right click and expand all. Okay, right click and expand all. So it's going to expand all your test steps, right? So we populated test steps. If you see, open URL and then here rename this also. Actually, let me rename this. Navigate to login page. Okay, open URL, navigate to login page and login. One second. Login with credentials. You're gonna log in with credentials and then navigate to apparel and shoes and then navigate to blue jeans, order the blue jeans, and then you are gonna navigate to your shopping cart and you're going to start the shopping cart procedures. You're going to enter billing address and click on continue, shipping address, click on continue, payment method, credit card, payment information, right? So now your steps are in sequence, right? All your steps are sequence. So we are almost near to complete our test case automation. So once you enter all your test steps, once you create all your test steps by using modules, the next step is to populate the values for each test step that is required. That's it. So once you populate the values, your test case automation is done. Okay, so in my next session I'm gonna teach you how can we populate the test case values in your test steps, and then there are some configurations that we are going to perform, test configurations. Okay, and we'll be completing our test case end-to-end automation. Okay, so if you have any queries, leave your comments in the comment box. I'll try to respond to your queries. It's really very important sessions, guys. These 3 sessions, my previous session, today's session and my next session. So these 3 sessions talks about automating your end-to-end use case by using Tosca latest version. Okay, stay tuned.
Hope you all understand the concept of creation of the test steps for your test cases. Okay, so in the upcoming session, we are going to complete test case automation fully. Okay, this is our lesson 10. In this session, I'm going to cover how can we populate test step values of your test cases. So if you remember, in my previous 2 sessions, I have started creating tutorials on test case automation. So in test case automation, that means to automate your test cases by using TRICENTIS Tosca, there are sequence of steps that we need to follow. So in my previous 2 sessions, I have explained you step 1, where we created test case folder structure, and also I have explained you step 2, where we have created test steps for your test case folder structure. So in this session, lesson 10, I'm going to teach you how to populate test step values for your test cases. Please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos. Thank you. Okay, so as I explained you, we already created test steps. Now we need to populate test step values. So how to populate test step values in latest version Tosca 16, I'm going to teach you. So populate your test steps with values in order to instruct Tosca to steer the system under test accordingly. And then we are going to use some basic values to populate test steps and the basic data types. I'm not going to cover all the data types in this session, only limited basic data type I'm going to cover. And then test step values can be seen, entered or modified from test case section of your TRICENTIS Tosca that I'm going to show you. And also I'm going to teach you how can to view them. To view the test step values, you just need to expand the test steps so that you can see the test step values. So the expand all option can be used on test steps level, or test step folder level, or test case level. Okay, so now let's jump onto the system and see how can we populate test step values so that our test case automation is almost complete.
Okay, so this is my task of 16. Okay, so in my previous session 9, we have entered or we have created test steps for your test case structure. Under precondition, we added almost like 3 steps. Under process, for all the subfolders, we added all our test steps by using modules. Okay, it's very important for you guys to visit my previous session to continue with this particular session. Okay, lesson 10. So now, so let's populate the values as I explained you in the slide. Okay, first, so let's go one by one. Okay, in precondition, first we will be opening the URL, correct? So this is the test step that we added. Opening the URL, if you see under open URL module, you have a URL, correct? So here you need to enter the URL and see the demo webshop URL. Okay, copy this demo webshop URL and paste here. Okay, so this is my demo webshop URL, correct? And as soon as you paste the URL, your action mode will be turning to input. So in this session, most of the times we are going to use the action mode called input, and rest of the action modes I'm going to cover in the next session. Okay, and also you will have a data type. So I'm not going to see the date different. You have a different data types called date, numeric, string, all these things. So for this session, we'll stick to the string data type. Okay, so this is my string data type. I'm entering the URL. Once you enter the URL, so let's go to URL. You will be clicking on login, correct? So that is what we have here. Okay, this is my top menu. Under top menu, I captured all these controls. So this is my login control, correct? So to click on login, so there are two methods. Either you can just enter cross. As soon as you enter cross, the input action mode input will be populated automatically. This clicks, what happens? Tosca will steer your system under an application. It is going to click on login link, or you can leave this blank also, and then this input will click on this. But it is recommended to enter some value so that it is easy for you to recognize that you are performing some action for this particular link. I mean for this particular control. Okay, it is recommended. Okay, that is one thing. And once you click on login, you are gonna enter the credentials, correct? So that is my next step. You're gonna enter your email address. So this is my email edit box control. Enter your email. And then you need to enter your password. Okay, as soon as you enter the password, this input, if you see, all the action modes are converting to input. Okay, and then you'll be clicking on login. So again here, this is your button. You just need to enter X so that it clicks on login button. That's it. So our precondition, entering the values to your precondition steps are done. And now go to process. For the process, so once you let me log in so that it is easy for you to understand. Okay. Okay, let me copy this email ID. I think we entered the wrong email ID. Let me see. Let's go back to email ID and correct our email ID. Okay. Email address. Let me correct my email address. Okay, done. So now, so once you click here, what we are going to do, you need to navigate to apparel and shoe from the category. So here from product categories, select apparels and shoes. Done. So once you navigate to apparel shoes, here you need to select your blue jeans, right? Once you select the blue jeans, for this here, navigate to blue jeans. So this is my link. Just I'm going to enter X. That will click on that link. And then you need to provide your quantity and click on add to cart. Right? Order blue jeans. Provide the quantity, let's say 10. And click on add to cart button. Enter X. Done. So I'm populating the test step values. Okay. It is very important. These values will steer your application accordingly. Okay. So let's enter 10. Click on add to cart. And as part of start checkout process, you need to click on shopping cart. This is my shopping cart, right? So that's why I'm going to enter X here. Done. So let's do the same thing here. Click on shopping cart. Once you go to shopping cart, here you need to agree to the terms and then checkout. Click on checkout. So that's what I'm going to do. Here, terms of your service is true. You need to check the checkbox. So that's why you need to select true. And then click on checkout button. Correct? So that is done. And then your checkout process begins. What? You need to enter billing address and just you need to click on continue because the billing address is already configured. Click on continue. So that means here billing address X, that's going to click on continue button. And then you need to select in-store pickup. Here, let me, oh no, sorry, I think I just need to click on continue. So I don't want to do in-store pickup, just I can continue. Click on continue. So let me enter, click on continue. That means X. So once you click on continue, the shipping method, I need to select ground. So for that, shipping method here, if you see ground shipping method and then click on continue. So that means again, against continue control, just enter X. And then your payment method comes into picture. The payment method is credit card payment method, correct? Credit card. I want to select credit card, right? So for that, payment method, select credit card. And then click on continue. Enter X. So then you will be providing your payment information. Sorry, credit card information. Select Visa. So that means you are select credit card. My credit card type is Visa. And credit card holder name. So I have all my credit card details here. Copy. And then what is your credit card number? This is my credit card number. And then what is your expiration date? 04/2020. 21, and then your code is 123. Card code is 123, and then you will be clicking on continue. Correct? Let me copy. Let me do this here as well. Your credit card number, enter, and then 04 2021, 04 2021. Oh, let's keep 2023, and 123. Click on continue. So let's enter 2023 here. Okay, so you'll be clicking on continue. Okay, once you click on continue, you need to verify the prices, all the prices are correct or not. So that we are not going to do in this session. Okay, after that I need to confirm the order. So that means here you will be clicking on confirm button. Correct? So just X against the control confirm button, and then verify success. I'm not going to do verification of the success here. Okay, for this session we are not doing any verification part, so that we are going to do in the next session. And then you are going to click on continue. So here under post condition, see, click on continue button. Once you click on continue button, you're going to log out. Correct? And then, so that means I need to enter X opposite to logout, and then you are going to close the browser. What is the browser title? It's demo. I can put as a demo star, right? This is my browser title, and then this is my, I can select. Okay, I can just keep on select, put as a select. Okay, because this is not my input actually, it's just closing the browser, the title of demo star. So that is done. So now if you see, we already populated all the values. So if you want to filter all the values that have, if you want to filter all the steps that has only values, you just need to click on F9. Okay, so if you click on F9, it shows you the steps that has values. See, simple, it's showing you. Again, if you click on F9, it again shows all the steps. Okay, all the controls that does not have values and that does have values. Let me put as F9. See, done. So that means now we entered all the values. So now we'll see, we can execute this particular test case and see how it works. Okay, so I'm not gonna okay, so for this session just we will execute. Okay, it might throw errors, it might not throw errors. Okay, we are not going to debug anything. We'll make sure that whatever the values we entered, it works. Okay, but before you run, actually you need to configure your browser. Okay, but however, so I'm going to teach you how to run your test case and how to configure your browsers in my next session. Okay, so we have completed automating everything. So we completed automating this end-to-end scenario by this session, but in the next session I'm going to run this test case, automated test case, by using some test configurations. Okay, hope you all understand the concept. If you have any queries, please provide your comments in the comment box. I'll try to respond to your queries. Thank you.
Hope you all understand the concept of our step 3 of your test case automation, where we populate test step values for your test cases. So as you all know, to automate test cases by using Tosca, we need to follow a series of steps. So in my previous 3 lessons, I have covered step 1, step 2 and step 3. Step 1, where we have created test case structure. Step 2, where we have created test steps for your test case structure. And step 3, where we have populated the values for the test steps. Now this is our fourth step and last step, where we will be running our first automated test by using Tosca. Please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos. Thank you. Okay, run your first automated test. So before we run your first automated test, we need to do some configurations. That is called test configuration parameters in TRICENTIS Tosca world. What is this TCP, test configuration parameter? This is a parameter you can set for the Tosca object. Example, test case should run on a specific browser. Then you can specify a TCP of browser. If you want to run the test in different releases, then you can provide the configuration of release number. If you want to run in the various test environments, you can set up test configuration parameters. And if you want to have a different connection identifiers in different environments, and then you can configure different URLs. So basically, this simplifies maintenance of your tests and avoids the repetitions. And how to populate. So basically, the populate a specific test case with test configuration parameter. So populate different levels. Basically, TCP or test configuration parameter can be populated at different levels like test case level, test case folder level, and at execution list level. If you provide a test case configuration at test case level and some different test case configuration at execution list level. So execution list I did not cover, but just assume that there is an execution list where you provided configuration as a different value, and in test case you provided a configuration as one value. So both are different. Then when you run test case by using execution list, then the test configuration parameter whatever you specified in execution list will override the TCP that you specified in test case. And then I'm going to teach you how to run automated tests in Scratchbook. Okay, so let's jump onto the system and show you how can you perform all these activities by using latest Tosca 16 version.
Okay, so this is my Tosca 16. In my previous session 10, right, session 9 and 10, we have created a separate folder and then we have populated test steps under your test case structure, and also we have populated all the values for your test steps, correct? So now let's use the same folder. Okay, let's copy this folder, right click and click on copy and paste into your parent folder, and then rename this as session 11 run automated tests. Okay, and now, so this is my test case, correct? So earlier we already right click and expand, we already populated all the test steps and all the test step values in my previous sessions. Now it is time for us to run the test. So before you run the test, as I explained you in my previous slide, you need to perform some test configuration. So if you want to run this test in Chrome, you need to provide test configuration parameter called browser and provide the browser name. For that, so you need to click on your test case. So as I told you, you can specify your test configuration parameters at test case level, folder level, and at TestStep level. Okay. So right now I am at test case level. Go to test configuration. Right click on your test case. If you see here, there is a menu called create test configuration parameter. Select that, and here you need to select parameter called browser, and then you need to select the browser name that you would like to run on. So now for today's session I would like to run your test in Chrome browser. Select that. Done. Now go back to details. Now I want to run this particular test case. Okay, this entire test case. There are two ways. Either you can run your test from your details tab, right? So basically we are going to run the test in Scratchbook. So as I told you, Scratchbook is a temporary test runs. Your trial runs can be performed on Scratchbook so that you can debug your automated scripts very easily. Okay, and the Scratchbook will give you the temporary results which will not be saved in the system. Okay, so now let's say I want to run this entire test. So now let's run our test. Right click and click on run in Scratchbook. As soon as you click on run in Scratchbook, it's going to open your web browser and it enters the URL and it going to execute every step that we specified. Clicked on login, clicked on apprentice shoes, it's going to click on blue jeans, and then it's going to enter the quantity, and then click on add cart, right? And then checkout. So it enters all the payment, billing information, shipping method, and everything. Okay, let's continue entering. Okay, it's done. It is now entering the credit card details, and then checked out, confirm, click on continue, log out, and then close the browser. So if you see, it gives you a temporary result so that you can analyze the results if all the results are successful or not. If you see here, these are all the, if you see, everything is right marked in green color. That means every step whatever we automated is pass. Correct? So this is one way. So how to debug your test case? So if I want to run, let's assume I just automated a precondition. If I want to run only these three steps, what should I do? You have to select the steps that you would like to run by using shift button. Okay, I selected this, right click and run in Scratch. So it's going to run only these three steps. So now let's see. That means it just performs your login. That's it. If you see, it gives you the results. See, only login. So that is one way of running. And another way of running the test cases. So you can use your existing Scratchbook. If you see on top ribbon, there is an option called Scratchbook, right? And keep this Scratchbook, and let's say I want to run probably, let's assume I want to run these steps. Okay, let's log in and keep it ready. Okay, for this I'm going to log in and keep it ready. So now I want to run from here. You just need to drag and drop. Okay, let me just close. Okay, open your Scratchbook. Sorry. Okay, let me again. So open your existing Scratchbook and you need to just drag and drop the steps. Okay, let me clear entries. Now what you can do is, so let me just open the scratchbook, take the scratchbook to the right of your pane, right? Now let's say I want to run these three steps. Drag and drop these 3 steps here to the existing scratchbook, and then right click and run. So that means I'm using my existing scratchbook, and then I'm running the tests, correct? So that way you can perform your tests, trial runs by using scratchbook. Okay, so earlier actually what happened, actually there are 2 tabs that are open, that's why it's got failed. Let me run it again. Okay, so it opens the browser, it clicks on login, and then it enters your username and password. That's it. So this way, if you see, this is the all steps got passed, and then again you can close your scratchbook. Okay, so this way you can basically use from, let's say I want to run from here, right? You can directly select this checkout process. For example, you can directly select this checkout process and run in scratchbook. That means it's going to run only these steps that are involved in checkout process folder. So you can run at folder level, you can run at the step level, or you can run at entire test case level also. Okay, so hope you all understand how to run your tests in scratchbook, and how to analyze the temporary test results, and how can you configure your test configuration parameters for a specific test case. So if you have any queries, please provide your comments in the comment box. I'll try to respond to your queries. Thank you.
Hope you all understand the concepts of test configuration parameters in TRICENTIS Tosca, and how can you run your first automated test by using TRICENTIS Tosca in Scratchbook. So this is our lesson 12, where I'm going to teach you about the action modes that are available in TRICENTIS Tosca 16. And also I'm going to teach you setting up action modes like WaitOn, verify, and select action modes by automating some of the test cases related to web shop. Please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon, you'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos. Thank you. Okay, so what is our agenda item? So the action modes are to tell Tosca what to do with test step value to enter or to steer a particular control. So basically, we are setting up action modes to tell Tosca what to do with the test step values that we entered in a test step to steer a particular control. So if you remember in my previous videos, we already covered creation of test steps and then providing the test step values for the test steps, right? So what you have to do with those step values, that we are going to define in action modes. And you can select these action modes within test case section in the column action mode. I'm going to show you shortly how can we set up these action modes. And then there are different action modes like input, insert, buffer, constraint, select, verify, and WaitOn. These are all the different action modes that are available in Tosca. So input is a default action mode that is provided by the Tosca. That means default transfer values to a test object. So in my previous sessions, right, to click on a particular control or to enter the text in an edit box, we used an action mode called input. So that's a default action mode that transfers values to test object. Okay, and then there are another there is another action mode called insert. So insert is actually used for non-UI related test cases. So I'm not going to cover this action mode. And then buffer and constraint. Yes, these we are going to use in TRICENTIS Tosca for the UI automation, but I'm going to teach you in the upcoming sessions. So for this session, we are going to focus on the action modes called select, verify, and WaitOn. Okay, so now let's deep dive into select, verify, and WaitOn. Okay, what is action mode select? So this is a passive action mode used to navigate tables and drop down menus and select table you want to focus on. So basically, when you are using an action mode called select, that is to select a table or select a drop down, but not to perform or but not to send any values to the control. It is to just select a table or a drop down menu. Okay, and but if you want to input or retrieve some data from particular table, then you need to use action mode called input but not select. Okay, you understand, right? So let's say if you want to input, there is an edit box or there is a value within the table. If you want to retrieve or if you want to verify that particular value, you need to input, you need to use the action mode called input but not the select. Select is used to just select the table and then perform some other operations within the table or retrieve some values within the table, right? But you will be selecting the table or you will be selecting corresponding column and then you perform some other actions. Okay, so that's select action mode. And verify action mode, this is used to check the values or the controls, right? For every test case we need to have a verification. So first of all, verify means what? So when you are automating a test case, you need to have some verification points, right? So to this we will be using this verify to check some values or to check the controls that are required. Okay, and WaitOn. So WaitOn is used to perform dynamic wait instead of static wait. So when you use a static wait like 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, it's hard-coded values, right? So we need to avoid using hard-coded values. You need to use a static wait. That means, let's say I want to wait until these elements are loaded on the page. I want to wait until this message appears on the screen. So then you need to use WaitOn. Okay, this is very important, WaitOn action mode, to improve your test case automation. Okay, so all these action modes are very important to simplify your test cases while automating your scripts. Okay, so now let's jump onto the system and see how can we use all these action modes by automating some test cases. Okay, let's jump onto the system.
Okay, so this is my Tosca 16 latest version, right? So as part of this session, our agenda item is first let me cover select and verify action modes. How can we use these select and verify action modes while automating your test cases? So if you remember in my previous 4 sessions, we have completed automating entire end-to-end test case, right? So let me copy the same folder here. Let me copy the same test case and then paste it into a parent folder. Okay. So once you paste it, let's rename this test case as session 12 action modes. Okay. Okay, so right click. So when you click on this shopping cart, shopping carts, right click and expand all. I already explained you all these concepts. Okay, so here, so earlier when we automated the entire test case, one of the section we left blank. Which one? So under process, there is a section called verification of prices. We haven't done that one. Okay, let me just minimize all of those. So we completed order product, we completed start checkout, we also completed checkout process, and then confirmation page and verification of success and verification of prices. These two we haven't done, right? We have not verified anything. So in this session, let us verify the prices of your order, if the price of the order is correct or not. And also let us verify, once you click on confirm the order, the confirmation message. Okay, so let's go back to our demo web shop. Let me log in. Okay, let's go to apparels and shoes, order the jeans, go to shopping cart, and here agree to the terms, checkout. These are all we automated already. And then continue, we automated this as well. Continue, continue, and payment method, continue, and then payment information. So here, once you, before you confirm the order, you need to verify the price that is getting displayed for your order, correct? So let's take one thing. So let us validate, if I select shipping method as ground, then the cost for shipping ground is $10. So I need to verify if $10 is getting added to my total cost, correct? So for shipping ground, whether it is displaying $10 or not, that's what we are gonna validate. Okay, for that, verification of prices, let's double click on this verification of prices. Here let me add a module, control C. I already explained you, so it's very much recommended to visit my previous 4 videos where I have automated the entire test case end to end. Okay, so here control T, that brings up your modules, and I want to add a module called webshop confirm order. Okay, so what does this confirm order contain? So let me just rename this as verify the prices. Okay, I need not to rename this, actually we already named this folder verification of prices. Okay, so here, this, we have captured all the controls that are required for this confirmation order. All these controls, we included this table and everything, this button. Okay, if you see all these prices, right, this is actually a inbuilt table, web table. This is HTML table. Okay, so this table can be steered by Tosca. If you see here, cart total, so this is one of the table, right? So cart total is one table. This entire price is actually resides under a table. Okay, so the same control has been added, the entire table has been added. Okay, and if you expand this, right, column, if you see, this is my first column that has all the titles of the prices, and in the second column I got the cost of those subcategories, right? These are actually two columns, first column, second column. Okay, the prices are under second column, right? So that's why go to column, under cart total table you have a row and column, and under column you need to specify this as a hash 2. That means I'm asking, or I'm instructing Tosca to select column 2 and click enter. So as soon as you click enter, if you see, select, as I told you, select passive action mode used to navigate tables and drop down menus. Select table you want to focus on. That means I want to focus on cart total table. That's why the action mode is select here. Okay. And then I want to select the column 2 so that I can retrieve some values or I can verify the values. Okay. So that's why column 2 has been selected. And then under column 2, I want to verify shipping cost. So here, pick up your shipping cost here. If you see subtotal shipping payment, see subtotal shipping payment method, tax, total, right? Anything you want, you can verify. So I want to pick up shipping. Okay. And if you see the action mode, you need to select as verify, because I want to verify if the shipping cost is how much, $10 or not. And here you need to specify the value. You need to specify the value 10.00. Specify the value at 10.00. And I'm instructing Tosca to verify if shipping cost of column 2 has a $10 or not. Okay. So now, see, if you, I need not to run this entire test case. I can simply run the section that I want to verify. Okay. Let me do that. Okay. I want to show you how you can debug by using Scratchbook. Okay. Here, I already opened the page of this. If I run only this step, verification of the prices, it's going to verify this shipping cost. Right click, run in Scratchbook, because I need not to run everything again. I'm just running that particular step to make sure whatever I automated is correct or not. If you see here, I got the results. If you see, this is successful. That means the shipping cost has been verified successfully. Correct? If you double click here, you see the expected value is 10 and the actual value of shipping cost also 10. That means this is success. So here we covered action mode, select and verify. You understand what is the difference of select, right? Select is to steer the tables, but it is not to input the values. It is just to select the table so that I can input or I can verify the corresponding rows or column values. Okay. And let me also go one more thing. Verification of success. Here also, see, once I click on confirm, I verified the values cost. Now I want to verify successful message, right? And this is what I am doing here. Okay. Here, verify again. That means I need to select here this message order successful message is visible or not, right? Once I reach here, click on confirm, I need to see if this visible or not. Okay. For that, expand. What is the property? I want to see the property of visible property, that control is visible or not. And your operator is equal here true, right? And here I need to select action mode as verify. I want to verify if this message is visible on the screen or not. Correct? So now again, let's run this only step. Let's run this step and see if it is gonna successful. So it is verifying the message. Yes, it got successful. I can see the green mark here. And if you see here, verification was success. See, verification was successful. Expected value is true, that is visible, true, and actual also true. That means the message is on screen. Okay. So this is how you can use verify and select action modes. Okay. It's really important when you are actually, for any test case, right? For any test case, when you are automating, You have to verify something. Without verification, the test case is not meaningful. Okay. And what is next agenda? Next is WaitOn. So when do we use WaitOn? So I already explained you, it's a dynamic wait basically. See, when you introduce a static wait, then it's gonna take a lot of time. So basically it's gonna you're gonna waste the time. Even though your control or your text is visible, it waits for the time that you specified when you specify the static wait. But for dynamic wait, it's really useful. If application is slow, it waits for the control to be visible. If the control is visible, immediately it goes to the next step, right? So for that, let's go to post condition. Under post condition, what we are doing, I'm clicking on continue here. I'm clicking on continue once the order is completed, and then I'm going to click on logout, right? So I'm clicking on logout. Let's see here. I'm clicking on continue and then I'm clicking logout. But before I close the browser, I want to make sure that the logout is successful or not. For that, what you need to do, once you click on logout, you should see login on top menu, right? Logout, see, login should be visible. So I'm gonna instruct Tosca to wait until the login link is visible. Once I click on logout, what I need to do for that? Let me control T. I want to insert one more step here, top menu step. Okay, web shop top menu, because that login link available in top menu. Okay, done. And now just drag and drop step here and rename this as wait until login appear. Okay, so what I'm doing here, as soon as I click on, sorry, not here, so this step should be below this. As soon as I click on logout, you need to wait until login link appears. Logout and then wait until here. So here, login, I need to select login visible equal to true. Here I need to specify wait on. That means I'm instructing Tosca to wait until this login link is visible, right? So now let's run this entire test case and see whatever we automated till now, including price verification, message verification, successful message verification, and wait until the application is logged out, right? Everything. So let's close this. And right click and run in Scratchbook. Okay, it's going to open the web shop. Click on login, appearance and shoe, blue jeans. It enters 10, add to cart, agree, checkout, billing information, shipping and everything. And at the end, it's gonna validate the shipping cost. Yes, it is validating shipping cost. Done. It is validating successful proceeding. Log out, wait until login, close. So that means, let's see, everything is passed because I can see green color here. So let's see here. See, everything is passed. It waited until login appears, right? Wait was successful. Expected is true, this is true, then only it went to close the browser, right? So hope you all understand the concepts of action modes, how helpful these action modes are while automating your test cases. So in my previous session, I've covered the action modes: select, verify, and then wait on. Okay, so I would recommend you guys to please go through my previous session before watch this session so that you can understand the concepts very well. And this is our lesson 13, where I'm going to teach you the action mode buffer. How can we use the action mode buffer while automating your test cases? And then how can you use the math function while automating your test cases? So math functions and action mode buffer are very important concepts while performing some verification as part of your test case automation. And also I'm going to teach you dynamic expressions like dynamic text, dynamic numbers, and the dynamic dates. How can you use dynamic text? How can you use the dynamic numbers and the dynamic dates while automating your test cases and provide your test data, dynamic test data, instead of static test data as an input to your test case? Okay, so these are all really very important concepts to automate your test cases and to make it very easy to automate your business cases. Okay, please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos. Stay tuned and let's jump on to the next slides. Okay, so what is our first agenda item? So our first agenda item is action mode buffer. So to use action mode buffer while automating the test. So I'm going to teach you how to use action mode buffer while automating your test cases. So any test case, when you automate any kind of test case, it is very important part of testing is to save and reuse the values that the SUT has provided you. So this makes verification flexible, right? So if you are able to save some values retrieved from your system under test or retrieved from your application, and if you are able to save them in one of the variables as a buffer so that you can reuse them while verification part, instead of using any hard-coded data, save generated values by using buffer. So this makes your verification very flexible. What is the syntax? You can see on screen the syntax of buffer is open curly braces, capital B, and your and then square braces open and your buffer name, correct? And then close your square braces and then close your curly braces. So this is the syntax to use buffer. Anyway, I'm going to show you practically by using Tosca in next slides. Okay, and then we should use this buffer only be created and used in the same test case. So when you are creating buffer, you should be able to create in one of the test case and you should be able to use in the same test case. You cannot use buffer in different test cases. So to use shared test data, you have a separate concept called test data. So you can visit my long back videos related to Tosca test design concepts. So you can visit those particular videos in the playlist. Okay, and you can find the links in my description. Okay, so now, and what is our next agenda item? Let's go to the next agenda item. Okay, so our next agenda item is dynamic expressions. How can you use dynamic expressions while automating your test cases by using latest version of Tosca 16? So I'm going to teach you how to use math functions, and then how can you use dynamic text, or how can you generate dynamic text and then use it as a test data while automating your test cases, and how can you generate random or dynamic random values while automating your test cases, and then how can you generate dynamic date while automating your test cases. So I'm going to teach you with examples while automating one of our test case. So now let's jump onto the system and see how can we use all these concepts practically by using Tosca 16. Okay, so this is my Tosca 16. If you remember, so in my previous session, we have covered action modes, right? For that, we have created this folder and the entire test case. And I explained you about the action modes: verify, select, and wait on. Okay, so I'm going to copy the same folder here, copy, and let's duplicate the folder in the parent folder. Okay, so I'm duplicating the work as of now, but going forward we are going to use the reusable functions. Okay, but yeah, for this session let me rename this folder as session 13. First let me cover buffer and math function. Okay, so if you see the agenda item, right, if you see the agendas, first we need to cover the action mode buffer, and I'm going to cover even math function along with the buffer. Okay, so here let's expand this. Let's go to process, under process, order product. Okay, under order product, blue jeans. When you are actually ordering the blue jeans, let's go to apparels and shoes and go to blue jeans. Here we are specifying the quantity and the price. I mean, it shows the price and where you are specifying the quantity as 25 and add to cart, right? So here I want to capture the price of blue jeans so that I can verify the price of my blue jeans during checkout process. Okay, so now for one blue jeans this is the price. Now when I am checking out 25 blue jeans, right, I want to verify the price. So that's why I'm gonna store the price of blue jeans into a buffer. Okay, so if you see, this is my price container, right? I already captured all the controls. If you see, this is my price container and this is my quantity edit box. This is my add to cart button, right? So for this price, I want to capture the inner text. So if you go here, simple, see, when you want to capture the inner text, go to this arrow mark, go to property, click on inner text, operator equal to, here specify the buffer variable name, price blue jeans, price blue jeans. This is what the variable or the buffer I want to store. Okay, and once you done this, see, I specified this here. I need to use action mode as buffer. As soon as I select this equal will turn into arrow mark. That means the inner text is stored under the variable called or under the buffer called price blue jeans. Okay, that's done. Now save this. And now once I store the price of this blue jeans, let's go to your shopping cart and let's check out these 25 blue jeans. Continue. Okay, here before I confirm the order, I want to verify all these items whether the price is correct or not. I want to verify the subtotal of subtotal. I want to verify if subtotal plus shipping ground, these two are, I want to verify subtotal and the total along with the shipping cost. Okay, so here let's go to, for that, let's go to one of the folder called verification of prices. Here in my previous session, I have already showed you verifying the shipping cost. Whatever the shipping cost is $10, right? So I would recommend you guys to visit my previous session to see the action modes: verify, select, and then WaitOn. Okay, so we already verified the shipping ground cost as $10. So now I want to verify the subtotal. Go to subtotal. What is my subtotal? My subtotal is, now here you need to use the math function. What is my subtotal? My subtotal is price of each one jeans multiplied by the quantity of the jeans. Correct? So that becomes my subtotal. Okay, so for that we need to use the math function. Okay, math function, curly braces, it starts with curly braces. So as soon as I enter math, it is showing me the math function. Okay, and then open braces, square bracket, and again the buffer function you need to specify under B. I already explained you in my previous slides, right? Curly braces B, square braces. Here you need to call the buffer, the where we store the price, right? Price blue jeans we already stored. So if you see, it is automatically populating my buffer variable that I stored in my previous module. Correct? So call that buffer price blue jeans. So let's price blue jeans, and then close square braces, and then you need to close your curly braces, multiplied by, so price of the blue jeans multiplied by the quantity. What is the quantity that we are taking? It's 25 quantity, right? And then make sure that you close all the braces. Okay, so if you see, if the formula is correct, it automatically converts into math blue jeans, which is, sorry, here, yeah, math blue jeans buffer multiplied by quantity, which is 25. If you see, go back to by quantity. Okay, let me go back to start checkout process. If you see here, so okay, order product. Okay, if you see here, I'm actually adding quantity of 25. So that's the reason I entered 25. Okay, so that is how you can use math function and the buffer function. And also I want to verify the subtotal. Okay, what is the uh, sorry, what is my subtotal? Correct. So if you see here, my subtotal, again the total, sorry, the total, if you see the total is the ground shipping method and your subtotal. Correct. So now let's go here. Let's first store my subtotal. What is my subtotal? Is this. Let me store the subtotal into a buffer again. Okay, subtotal. Okay, let me store subtotal into a buffer. Here you need to store into buffer. Okay, so here again the verification part I have to convert into numeric. Okay, I have to make sure it's a numeric. So now what I am doing, again subtotal I am storing into buffer. And now what is my total? My total is again math function. My total is subtotal plus my shipping cost. Correct? Subtotal my plus shipping cost. So here again math function, math, okay, math, open square braces, open curly braces, buffer, again open square braces. Here I need to call subtotal, right? The buffer which I stored in the above step. My subtotal plus 10, correct? Subtotal, close braces, plus my shipping cost here, shipping cost. Okay, close all the braces. So this is my total. I'm verifying if the total is equivalent to my subtotal plus shipping cost of 10. Okay, here I'm already storing subtotal into a buffer. Okay, so now let's run this total test case. Okay, let me log out and see if it works. Okay, close. Let's go to shopping cart, right click and run in Scratchbook. Okay, on Scratchbook, so it's going to open the web shop. Click on login. It enters username, password, apparels and shoes, and then it should click on blue jeans. Now it enters correct and it's gonna check out. Done. Click on continue. So now at the confirmation page it should basically verify the prices. If you see 25 plus 10 35, that's correct. So successful, the execution should be successful. Perfect. I think there is a small discrepancy. Let's see what is the discrepancy. Okay, so now if you see here, cart total, yeah, this one total is failed because, okay, basically what we did, the expected is 35 and actually is 35. Here let's go back to verify prices, sorry, verification of the prices, and here let me convert into numeric. Okay, that we missed. So if you convert into numeric, it's gonna run successfully and then all the results will be passed. Okay, let me run one more time. It opens web shop, login, email address, apparels and shoes, blue jeans, enters the quantity, done. I agree, checkout. So now the verification of two things. One is we are verifying shipping cost by using ground shipping cost, and then we are using math function to add ground versus subtotal, right? And then we are verifying total amount. So now the result should be successful. Perfect. If you see, everything is green at the bottom, so that means all the results are success. See here, let's go back to verify prices. Okay, verification of prices, shipping method, confirm order, verify order successful. Let's see, confirm order. Okay, here, so here verification of prices, if you see, first one is we verified just shipping cost is 10 by using verify function, and here we used buffer method. Okay, subtotal is the price of your blue jeans, where we added the price of blue jeans into a buffer called price blue jeans, and then that multiplied by the quantity. So now that is equal to your subtotal that is displaying on screen, and then we stored this subtotal into a buffer, and we are calculating total by using again math function, subtotal plus your shipping cost, right? Now successfully expected is 35, actually is 35. Okay, hope you understand our first two concepts buffer and math function. Now let's see dynamic text and random values. How can we use these dynamic text and random values, okay, and dynamic date. Okay, now for that, let's copy this again. Let's copy this session 13, copy this entire folder and paste it into your parent folder and modify the name. Let's modify the name of this folder as session 13. Here dynamic values and dynamic text, numbers, dates. Okay, done. Once you modify the name, now let's go to your process and then checkout process. Under checkout process, I want to go for a payment information, credit card. Okay, here, so let's do one thing. This time I want to, instead of using the card holder name Constant Barbara Gordon, instead of the static value, I want to generate a random text. Okay, a random text. How can we generate random text? That's what I'm going to show here. Okay, here let's use the function called random text. Random text. If you see here, this is my random text. My random text. And what is, how much random text I want to use? I want to use the random text of 10. What it means? It actually generates a random text with the length of 10. Random text with the length of 10. Okay, to validate these formulas, right? Earlier also I thought of, let me explain that. See, whatever the math functions you wrote here, if you want to validate if the function is correct or not, right click and you need to run, you need to translate the value, translate value. See, if you see, okay, the value is translated to 25. That means the formula is correct. Here again, translate value 35. That's correct. In the same way, here random text, you can basically translate the value. See, it generating the random text of 10, right? And then let's do random value. So if you see the credit card, whatever the credit card that we are providing here, you can basically provide a random value. Okay, how? Let's say here the card code, I want to generate a random value. For that, you can use RND. Okay, curly braces, RND. This is my function RND, and how I want to generate the values from 100 to 999. So what it will do, it generates a random value between 100 and 999. Okay, this is how you can generate the random value. Let's validate this. Translate value. See, it is generating 652 random value. And then now, instead of, let's use random dates. Okay, here instead of providing month hard coded value of April, I want to generate the date. How? Let's create a date function. Date, and here I want to use a date function where the date is plus 4 months. That means it's going to generate a date which is 4 months from now. Okay, it's going to generate a month. Sorry, it's going to generate a month 4 months from now. Okay, what is the format? I want to print in the format of and close braces. Okay, so here what it will do, current date plus 4 months. So that means, and it generates in the form of 040506. Let's say now it's a January. That means it's gonna go for May, right? Let's say it is February, then it's gonna go for March, April, May, June. Okay, so basically I am actually generating the date dynamically. I am not hard coding the date. Now, how can I generate year? Instead of 2023, I want to generate the year dynamically. Again, the date function. Date, this time instead of month, I need to use year. Let's say I want to use the year 3 years from now. Okay, 3 years from now in the form of y, in the form of y. Okay, so let's close the braces. So if you see here, what does this function do? It takes the year 3 years from now, additional 3 years from now in the form of y. Okay, so now let's save all this and see how these random, all dynamic values, whatever we provided here, right? Dynamic text, dynamic random values, dynamic date. Okay, how does these translates into application? Let's run this test. Okay, let's run this test. Right click, run in Scratchbook. So now it opens your web shop. Especially we need to concentrate on your credit card information, that when we are entering. Okay, is it going to generate the random values successfully or not? Okay, done, perfect. So if you see, when it comes to payment information, now it creates if you see here, now card holder name is different, right? You can see the card holder name is different and everything is different. Let's go and verify the results. Okay, so if you see the results here, under payment information, okay, it actually generated all these card code and all these things. I think hope you all understand how to generate the dates and all, right? Random dates, dynamic text, dynamic values. Okay, so this way, instead of using your hard coded values, you can generate some dynamic values. Okay, hope you all understand the concepts. If you have any queries, leave your queries in the comment box. I'll try to respond to your queries. Thank you. Hope you all understand the concepts of how to use the action mode buffer, and then how can we use different kind of dynamic expressions while automating your test cases by using TRICENTIS Tosca 16. This is our 14th lesson, where I'm going to teach you how can we use libraries and reusable TestStep blocks while automating your test cases by using latest version TRICENTIS Tosca 16. I would recommend you guys to please visit my previous videos before you watch this session, which will be helpful for you to understand the concepts better way. Please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos. Thank you. Okay, so what is our agenda item? So libraries and reusable TestStep blocks. So what is library? So in Tosca, library is called as TestStep library. TestStep library. Okay. So why do we need these TestStep libraries? See, when you are automating or when you are executing multiple test cases, there will be lot of steps or series of steps, sequence of steps that you will be reusing while automating your test cases. So let's assume in our previous session, we automated the shopping cart, right? Where we validated all the prices, including total price of your order. But in that particular test case, we have used credit card as a payment method. What if I want to use a payment method as check or money order? What happens? Your total cost will be changed because there will be additional payment method fee that will be applied. So that means whatever the test case that you automated earlier has to be modified. But there are a lot of steps that are same. Logging in is same, and then order blue jeans is same, checkout process is same, but while checking out, you are changing the payment method. And while verifying the prices, you need to verify some additional fees. So there are two steps that are changing, but rest all same. So in that case, you need not to recreate entire test case, or you need not to automate entire test case. You just need to create library where you can store reusable steps. And the benefit is that whenever you want to use or reuse those reusable steps, you can simply drag and drop into the your test case. And what is reusable test step block? The steps inside the library are called reusable test step blocks. So these steps can be reused throughout multiple test cases. Once you identify reusable test step blocks and drag and drop them into library, you can reuse them throughout multiple test cases. And libraries can contain any number of reusable test step blocks. Okay, so I'm gonna teach you how to create libraries and how to reuse these test step blocks shortly by using Tosca. Okay, so what I'm gonna teach you? I'm gonna teach you creation of a new test case using reusable test step blocks, and we are going to automate the new test case with these reusable test step blocks. And also I'm going to teach you how to modify a reusable test step block reference using resolve reference method. So whenever you want to modify your reusable test step block, you cannot simply modify, because if you modify the reusable test step block, it is going to modify all the test cases. That's why you need to resolve the reference and then do modification. So now let's jump onto the system and see how can we automate a new test case by using library and then by using reusable test step blocks. Okay, so this is my Tosca 16. So before we discuss about libraries and reusable test step blocks, and before we use these concepts by automating one of the test case, let's understand what is the test case that we automated in our previous session. So if you remember, in my previous session, what we did, we have validated the shipping costs. How? See, we logged into our web shop, demo web shop, and then went to apparels and shoes, and then click on blue jeans, and here we added the quantity of 25, correct? And we added to cart, go to shopping cart, agree to the terms, click on checkout, and here in checkout process we entered billing address, shipping address, we selected shipping method as ground, and here payment method we selected as a credit card. So now let's assume if I want to automate the test case where I need to use the payment method as check or money order instead of credit card. I select check or money order, right? So earlier we selected credit card, clicked on continue, and then you provide your credit card name, right? You provide your credit, so the credit card holder name and card number and the expiration date and click on continue, right? So here any card number that, okay, let's click on, let's go to card number. Okay, let's provide the card number also to understand properly. Okay, checkout process, and here we provided credit card number. So basically the credit card information we provided. Let's take the credit card number here. Okay, we provide the credit card number here and then provide your code and click on continue. So when you click on continue here, the charges whatever it is displaying, it is based on credit card. What if I select the payment method as check or money order? Then you will have some additional fee. If I pay by using check or money order, let's go back here. Let's change to check money order, continue. Here the payment information is changed now. You need not to provide your credit card details. Instead, you will have a simple statement here. I need to validate the statement and go to continue. Here if you see, there is some additional fee called payment method additional fee because I used check or money order. So whenever I use check or money order, I want to validate the prices additionally this payment method apart from your subtotal and shipping. Earlier we validated only subtotal and shipping, correct? But now you will have a payment method also. So that means the prices will change based on the payment method that you enter. So now if I want to automate the end-to-end test case to validate the prices of your entire shopping, when you select money order, then what is the approach I need to take? I already automated the test cases of credit card. Now I need to automate the test case of money order. Okay, so if you see here, this is the test case that we automated by using credit card. Now I need to automate another test case with money order. So what is the approach that we need to take? So that is where the libraries and reusable TestStep blocks comes into picture, because when you are changing your payment method, right, the all the steps that we follow like login is same, going to apparels and shoes is same, adding your blue jeans is same, go to shipping cart that is also same, agreeing to the terms that is also same in this test case, click on checkout it is same, providing billing address same, right? Shipping method so is also same, payment method is different. So that means there are lot of reusable steps that are involved in automating this test case. There are two methods. Either I can simply copy this test case, entire test case, and create a duplication and do some modifications, but which is not recommended, because if there is any change in your properties, you have to change in both the test cases. So better use libraries, TestStep libraries provided by Tosca. Okay, so now what is our first step that we need to follow before we automate check and money order scenario? First step is identify the reusable test steps that you can reuse while automating the new test case, right? So for that, go to in work, right click and create a library. Create TestStep library. As I told you, libraries is called as TestStep library in Tosca. Click on create TestStep library. Okay, I created TestStep library under in work. Okay, now we need to identify reusable test steps and map those reusable test steps under library as a reusable test step blocks. How? I'll tell you. Let's assume this precondition, right? This entire precondition where you are opening a URL, navigate to login page and providing credentials. This step can be reused as it is in our new scenario by using money order, correct? So that means you can simply, this entire folder can drag and drop to library. So see, observe clearly. As soon as I drag and drop to library, what happens? This precondition, see, if you see here, this entire folder now is marked with arrow mark and a suffix with reference is included. That means, and here if you see, the precondition is this is a reusable test step block. This is a reusable test step block. Okay, and this precondition is reference of this reusable test step block from the library. Okay, done. Post condition. In post condition also, what are you doing? Order success, you are once order is successful, you are clicking on continue and then you are logging out and wait until login is appear and closing the browser. So this is also common in the test case. So that means this is also a reusable test block. That means I can now mark this as a reusable test block. So that's why drag and drop this also into library. Now you see this turned into arrow mark and there is a suffix with reference precondition. Okay, and expand this process now. Expand this process and here let me drag and drop order product. So that means ordering a product is common for our new test case also. So that means this is also a reusable function. Drag and drop to your library. So as soon as I drag and drop here, see the reference is added. If you see here, the reference is added for the order product. Done. And start checkout process. Even start checkout process is common. So this is also reusable function. Drag and drop here. So done. Start checkout reference is built and your start checkout process is identified as a reusable tested block under library folder. And verification of prices is not a reusable function. Sorry, let me do one thing. Let me drag and drop all the processes. Let's assume that I identify this as a reusable function. Verification of prices, checkout also. Let's drag and drop checkout also. And let's drag and drop confirmation also. And drag and drop verification of success. So frankly speaking, this checkout process and verification of prices are not same in our case, because in the checkout process payment method is going to change, and in the verification of prices the prices that displays on the screen also going to change. That means this is also not reusable function, but confirmation is same. As soon as I confirm, validation of confirmation message is same, so that is reusable test step block. And verification of success also same, that is also reusable test step block, except start checkout process, except checkout process, rest all same, correct? So checkout process and verification of prices are not same, but still I identified them as reusable functions. I'll tell you why. Okay, for now I identified all the reusable test step blocks, and if you observe clearly, The library is not ordered in the sequence of your execution. It is ordered based on your alphabetic. Okay, that's how it works in Tosca. All the tested blocks will be ordered in alphabetic order. Okay, so now done. So we identified reusable test step blocks. Now let's create a new test case for the new scenario. Let's automate the new scenario now. Okay, for that, in work item, let me create a new test case here. Okay, the new test case, right click, create folder. First name this as session 14 library and reusable test steps. Okay, test step blocks. Okay, so done. And here now let's expand this. Okay, let's keep this expand this here. Okay, so now in session 14, that library reusable test step blocks. Now I want to automate the scenario what I told you now. Okay, logging in, order appearance and shoes, but use the payment method money order, right? How? We already automated everything. If you see, we already identified all the reusable test step blocks. So what is my first step? My first step is logging in. Open URL login. That means the precondition whatever we automated here, I can reuse as it is. So for that, this is my test case, correct? This is my test case. This is my new folder test case. Let me create a new test case here. Okay, let me create a new test case. Here, create test case. Just mention this as shipping costs money order. This time, it's not credit card, money order. So now, first precondition where open URL, navigate, login, provide credentials is I can reuse as it is. So that's why I'm gonna drag and drop this entire folder to the test case. Okay, if you see here, still you can see the reference. That means this precondition is coming from your library reference. Okay, done. I logged in. I automated login functionality. That's it for the new test case. As soon as I log in, post condition. This also I can directly reuse logout functionality also. I just drag and drop here. Now let's create a process folder here. Let me create another folder. Right click, create folder, process. So I'm creating a folder and just ordering it as process. Okay. Under process, now I can reuse lot of functions. Order product. I can directly drag and drop order product because ordering product is same. Because go to apparels and shoes and order. And then start checkout. This also I can directly use. That's why drag your reusable tested block, start checkout reusable tested block from library and drop into process folder. Done. And then checkout process. Actually, the checkout process is going to change little bit, this checkout process. But still, what it is going to change? The change is in the checkout process, your payment method, whatever you are going to use, the payment method, right? Instead of credit card, we'll be using money order. And here, I'm not going to provide entire credit card information, but instead I'm going to just click on continue on the screen. Okay, this is going to change. Okay, let's keep this aside for now. And what about next? Verification of price is also not going to change. That's why I don't want to drag that. And what about confirmation? So confirmation is same. Just drag and drop here from library to the new test case. And then verification of success also same. So verification of success, drag and drop to the new process. Done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Total 6 steps. Out of 6, we only built 4 steps. Now checkout process. So what I want to do, I want to use this reusable test step block as it is, or there are two methods. Either you can start creating step from the beginning here, or you can reuse this and resolve the reference and modify it. So what I'll do, I'm going to reuse this function. I'm going to reuse this checkout process as it is, drag and drop here, and bring this checkout process after start checkout. Okay, after start checkout process. Now I can modify this, but when I modify this here, it's going to modify your entire library because this checkout process is coming from your test step block. If I make any changes here, right, everything is going to change here and all the references going to change. Basically, your entire test step in all the test cases is going to change. So now, because this checkout process is going to change totally, I want to resolve the reference here. How? Right click and click on resolve reference. As soon as I click on resolve reference, what it happens, the reference is now no more with the library. This is now independent test step. If you see here, there is no suffix reference. It is an independent test step. Now I can modify this test step. It is not going to impact your library. It is not going to impact your other test cases also. So here under confirmation, what is the change that you need to do? Sorry, not under confirmation. Under checkout process, the change is under payment method credit card. Here I want to rename this as payment method money order. Correct? I'm going to select money order. So hence here instead of credit card, I want to select check or money order. Correct? And then click on continue. Let's go here. Go to jeans, right? And then add 25 quantity. I want to show you on the web also to avoid the confusion. Okay. Check out and continue, continue, continue. Payment method. See here I'm selecting check or money order but not credit card. Okay. I selected that and then I'm clicking on continue. So that is same. And here payment information. If you see here, after this modification is done. Here payment information credit card we have. So this is no more required this. I can delete this entire step here. What is required? I need to capture a new module here. So let's go back to module because under web shop whatever I captured here, right? I have not captured the controls of the screen. This section, payment information section. What I captured? I only captured credit card information. See, credit card. I have not captured this. So now I need to capture that. How? Right click. So right click here. Click on scan. Click on application. Now select the application that you want to work on. Okay. I want to work on web shop, right? I want to capture all the controls of that new section that is appearing when I select money order. Correct? So this is my web shop. Click on scan. I'm going to capture all the controls of this new section. Okay. Okay. So here, this is my basic view. I already explained how to XScan in my previous videos. I suggest you guys to go through those videos. I want to capture this message, entire message table. Okay. Capture this. I want to capture this back button. Click on this. I want to capture this continue button and rename this table as payment info money order table. Okay, done. And I want to rename this entire module as web shop payment information. Earlier we named it as credit card. Now let me name it as money order. Okay, and one more thing, if you see, the continue button is not uniquely identified. Correct? That's why it's throwing as error message. Okay, it's here. So let's go to advanced view. If you see, there are two ways. You can make this as unique by checking this visible, because this only one continue button is visible on screen. Even though you have lot of continue buttons, but visibility is only one. Either you can just click on make unique. What it will do, it's going to check this visible box. Done. Selected item is now unique. Okay, let's go back to basic view now. You can do this on basic view also, just I want to show you. Okay, done. This is also done. Now save this module. As soon as I save this module, this new module will be saved, and close this. If you go back to your modules, here the new module is added. The new module, payment information. Apart from payment information credit card, now you have payment information money order also. All the controls are residing here. So now let's go back to your test case. Here, instead of payment, now I want to add another test step here. Okay, what is the test step that I want to add? If you remember, you can add test steps in both the ways. Right click on search and add test step, or click on Control T, which brings you your test steps. Okay, all the modules. So now if you see, let me enter payment information. If you see here, this is payment methods, this is payment, yeah, payment information money order, payment information credit card. So this is what we just now we created the new module, money order module. I am adding that module as a test step. Done. I added now. If you see now, as soon as I click on continue, it appears this screen. And here I need to select continue. I need not to select back, or I need not to capture this table. So that's why here I'm going to put X against continue button. That's it. My new checkout process is now ready. I reused checkout process from my library, but I resolved the reference and I made some modifications to that checkout process by selecting the payment method as money order instead of credit card, and then by removing the credit card details by adding the payment information of money order. Done. Now what about after clicking on continue and this verification of prices? Now let's reuse the same verification of prices from library. Drag and drop to process, and this verification of prices comes here. After checkout, you will have verification of prices, and here under verification of prices, here now there is a small change. If you go here, right here, the total is not subtotal plus shipping. The total cost is subtotal plus shipping plus payment additional information. Earlier for credit card, your total is just a subtotal and shipping cost, correct? But now the third parameter is added. So for that, what we need to do, before I make, it's very important, one thing you need to remember, guys. Before you make any changes, you have to resolve the references. If you don't resolve the references, your entire test step, reusable test step in library is going to change. Okay, so that's the reason, because there is a change, I want to resolve the reference and do modifications. So go to verification of prices. Here a simple small modification. Cart total. Here let me copy this math function here. Okay, let me copy this math function because I want to reuse this later. Okay, okay. Here before I actually calculate total, I need to capture my payment information. So that's the reason. Let me change this as a payment information additional fee, and I want to validate if payment information additional fee is $5 or not. This is $5, right? $5, and verify this. Is this a $5 or not? I'm verifying this. And here now I need to select total. Now the total math function changes. What is this? Apart from this 10, I need to add 5 also. So this is done. So I am verifying total is not or not. Change this to numeric. Okay, that's it. Let me just run this here. Okay, I want to make sure if it works fine or not, because it's already, the screen is open. I can simply debug in this way. Okay, right click and run in Scratch and see what it will do. So it is verifying your prices. It is taking a lot of time. That means there might be something wrong. Okay, I think it's nothing is wrong. I think it's successful now. So now if you see the result, right? If you see the result here, go here and see if the modifications you can see or not. Okay, if you see here, apart from subtotal, we just added another parameter called payment method additional information. If you see here, your expected is 5, actually is 5, and total, see, your expected is 40 and actually is 40, correct? That means we are done. So now what we did, I completed automating my end-to-end test case just like that. What I did, I reused my precondition as it is, I reused postcondition as it is, I reused order product step as it is, I reused start checkout as it is, I reused confirmation as it is, I reused verification of success as it is. The only changes I made is checkout and verification of prices from my previous test case. So now let me run this test case and see how it works. Okay, let's log out this. Okay, log out and close this. Simply right click and run this new test case that we created by using libraries and reusable test step blocks. So now it should open your web application, web shop. I think application seems to be very slow. Let's see what happens. No, not this. Okay, I think let me close this. Okay, let me just go back here. Okay, let's go back to my test case again. If you see here, the new test case configuration we have to see. Let's see. If you see test configuration, right, we have to add a test configuration for the test case. If you remember, to add a browser, let me add this new test configuration, new test configuration, and take the browser and select it as Chrome. Now save this. Now let's execute the test case now. Right click. I already explained about these configurations in my previous lesson. Okay, I will recommend you guys to go through that session. Run in Scratch. Okay, it opens your web browser in Chrome now, and then click on login. Done. It enters username and password. Clicked on login, appearance and shoes, blue jeans. It enters 25, and then shopping cart, agree. Now here payment method I have to see, right? The payment method, it should select check money order. Yes, it selected check money order, and if you see the check money order information came and $40. So that's correct. Order successful also verified successfully. He logged out and then it's closed. So everything is successful. So see how easy it is for us to automate any new test case. If you see here in the report, these are all your reusable functions, correct? And here also there, yeah, start checkout process is not reusable function. Okay, so everything is success, so nothing is failure, right? Hope you all understand the concept of reusable test blocks and libraries. How can we use while automating your multiple test cases to avoid the duplication of the work? You can reuse entire reusable functions. It's kind of reusable functions. You create reusable functions by using Selenium, right? When you automate the test cases in Selenium, you create reusable functions, right? In the same way, you can create reusable test step blocks, and then you can reuse those test step blocks in n number of test cases. So it cut downs your efforts, and it takes very less effort in automating the test cases, and it removes the duplication, and maintenance also very easy. Let's assume under login function, okay, when you are actually logging in, let's say your login functionality during logging in, so one of the property got changed. If you change here, all the test cases whatever you are referring from the precondition, I mean all the test cases wherever this precondition is referenced, if all the test cases automatically gets changed, you need not to go to each and every test case and change the property. So that's the maintenance also very easy. Hope you all understand the concepts. It's very longer session, but very useful session. Okay.
So this is our 15th lesson where I'm going to teach you how to apply the value range and how can you rescan the controls that are required to automate your test case by using Tosca, and also how can you perform module merge and why do we need to perform module merge. Please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos. Thank you. Okay, so what is our agenda? The first one is rescan existing modules. So if you want to reuse the modules or remap the controls that can no longer be identified, then it's very important for us to rescan the modules. And then manage value range column. So how can we do that and why do we need? You can go to your module attribute level and add values to the value range column. So these values added there then creates a list or the drop down list for the attributes that can be chosen from the drop down. So basically whatever the values that you define in the value range, those values can be used in test case as a test data attributes. So basically I'm defining the test data in the module itself so that when I'm creating or when I am automating the test cases, I can simply use the module and then I can simply select the test data that I required from the drop down. So you need not to remember the test data basically. So let's say you have some coupon codes to apply. So you will have some prerequisite coupon codes, right? So you need not to remember all these coupon codes. You simply capture these in the value range of your particular module attribute, and then the same coupon codes you can use in the test cases. So I'm going to teach you how can you manage value range shortly. Okay. And then module merge. So this allows you to combine two modules together. If attributes are duplicated in the modules, you can also link this attribute and decide how you want to identify them. So when you are merging your modules, right, if there are some duplicate attributes, you can simply decide which attribute to be used and then which attributes can be merged, right? So now let's jump onto the system and see how can we perform rescanning, and then how can you use the value range column, and then how can you perform merge module. Okay, so now let's jump onto the system.
Okay, so this is my Tosca, right? So let's navigate to modules. So our first agenda item is understand rescan existing modules. Okay, so for that, let's navigate to module and then web shop. Under web shop, you have checkout process. Under checkout process, exercise 18, rescan value range module merge. Okay, under this, select the module web shop shopping cart rescan. Okay, this module is same as the earlier module that we used in our previous videos while automating our test cases. Okay, shopping cart related scenario, right? So we have used the same module to automate our test case, and this also same. So it's just a duplicate of these two. So I just want to show you how can we rescan and then merge these two shopping carts. Once we rescan, why I need to rescan? Let me explain why do I need to rescan the module. Okay, so what is the scenario that we already discussed earlier? We generally go to, as a user, you logged into shopping portal, go to apparel and shoes, right? So I've already published almost like 13 YouTube videos. So I have explained everything about web shop in my previous videos, and we keep on using this website in every video. Okay, so now let's go to blue jeans, and here we are going to add the quantity of 25, add to cart, go to shopping cart, and here till date what we did, we have just agreed to it and checked out, right? But this time, what if I need to apply a discount code, or what if I need to apply gift card code so that I'll get the discount? So that means I need to add, or what if I need to update the shopping cart, right? So for that I need to add all the controls: update shopping cart, enter coupon code, apply coupon, right? This edit box, add gift card. So I need to add all these controls to my previous module. Earlier we just added checkout, I agree, right? And this probably, I think this quantity, that's it. So now I need to add these additional controls. So for that, the rescan is useful. Okay, so when you rescan an existing module, you should open the page where you want to scan, or where you want to capture the additional controls in the existing module. Okay, you need to leave the page open and then go back to your existing module and right click and select rescan. So as soon as you select rescan, the XScan window will open, and then it will redirect you to the same page where you captured the controls earlier. Okay, so here it is opening the XScan now, and then it redirects you to the page which we already opened. Okay, so you need not to select the page that you want to scan. It automatically redirects you. Okay, okay, so if you see here, your page is open and your shopping cart is there. Okay, so if you see here, all these three controls are already added. Now I need to add additional controls, right? For that, click on select on screen and then add update shopping cart button, add discount coupon code edit box, add apply coupon button, add gift card edit box, add gift card button. And let's rename some of the controls. For discount coupon code, name this as enter discount coupon code. For gift card, enter gift card code. Okay, so we renamed this the controls, and now you can let me see if I'm missing anything. That's it. You can simply save and then close. So if you go back, it automatically redirects you to the module. If you see here, earlier there are only 3 controls, right? So now I can see all the controls that I just now added. Okay, so now the module got updated. Okay, so now let's say, see, because I have created a new module with additional controls. Earlier I have another module I created for same shopping cart, another module with limited controls, right? Limited controls, only these which we used earlier. Now I have another duplicate shopping cart module with some additional controls. So now if you want to merge these two modules, our next agenda is merge modules, right? To merge the modules, what should we do? So before merging the modules, let us understand manage value range column. Okay, so if you go here under coupon code, let me just rename this. Okay, under enter discount coupon code, so when you enter the discount coupon code, I think we missed one more thing actually here. Another thing is, I missed to scan another code, another control. What is that? Let me tell you. So let me apply some discount coupon code here. Okay, let me apply discount coupon code, apply code. So as soon as I click on apply code, the coupon code was applied. So this success message comes on the screen. I want to capture this also. Let me rescan this again. Rescan the module. So now, as we did earlier, it automatically redirects you to the same page by opening your XScan. See, this is your XScan window. Now I need to add that text box, successful text box. Okay, so let's go here, filter to the next, select on screen. I want to add this div. So let's rename this the coupon code. Oh, sorry. Applied message. Coupon code applied message. Okay. Okay. So now let's save this now. Okay. And then close it. So as soon as you close, so now you see there is a coupon code applied message, a new one is there. Okay. So now if you see here, now let me tell you how to add a value range column. So when you are applying the coupon code, there are different types of coupon codes. If you see, this coupon code got me $5 of discount. Let's say if I want to apply this coupon code, what is this one? Second coupon code, okay? Percentage total. If I apply this coupon code, it is giving me a discount of $2.5. So you have several coupon codes that you can test, right? So do I need to remember all these coupon codes? No, you need not to remember. When you are automating your test cases, you need not to remember all these different types of coupon codes. Instead, you can basically define these coupon codes as an attributes for your module control, for your control. So this is my control. Enter discount coupon code. Here I can specify these coupon codes as attributes. How? Just copy these coupon codes, go to here and enter all these coupon codes. You need to enter all these, copy and paste. So basically I'm entering coupon codes without spaces. See, this is my coupon code, separate with semicolon, no space, and second coupon code, separate with semicolon, no space. That's it. And save this. So what it will do, when you map this module, so in my previous videos I already showed you how to automate or how to map your module to the test case, right? When you automate your test cases, you use modules, drag and drop to the test case, right? So when you drag and drop this coupon code, once you go to, let's say, let me go to the test case, one of the test case. So I don't have coupon code anyway here. So what I can do in the test case attribute, when I open my test case here, let's assume this is one my edit box, for example. Okay, let me here I'm entering value. Here you can directly see the drop down values of those coupon codes. You can directly set the coupon code. Apart from click, double click and right click, you can also see these values. What? These coupon code values. So here directly you can select the coupon code so that that coupon code will be entered into the edit box while running the test case. So it's very important and it really makes your automation very easy. It reduces lot of time. Okay, so basically the test data you are defining as an attribute under module itself, under column called value range. Okay, so that is the advantage of your value range. That's how you can manage your value range. Now, so now let's go back to merge modules. Okay, as I told you earlier, we created a new module with these additional controls, whereas we have used the same module here earlier with limited controls. So now I have shopping cart modules, two shopping cart modules, correct, which are duplicate. I need not to manage these two shopping cart modules. So now I need to merge these two shopping cart modules. You need to select the modules that you would like to merge. Okay, I have selected these two modules, and then on top ribbon there is an option called merge modules. Click on merge modules. So as soon as you click on merge modules, a merge module assistant will open here. So there is one conflict here, attribute as conflict, resolve conflict. Okay, here self healing data I need not to have. Let me just delete this. Okay, so and then if you see, these are all the additional, if you see, shopping cart product, checkout, terms of service, add gift card. So basically these are all the controls and these are all my additional controls, right? So these are all uniquely identified, and my target module. So target module is the module that is going to remain, and your source module is the module that is going to delete once we merge the modules. If you see here, now all these modules are uniquely identified and mapped to each other, right? So now you can simply click on merge. Okay, if there is any conflict, you can basically resolve the conflicts by linking. Okay, if you see, all these are linked properly, and you can simply, okay, let me, I think checkout, let's see, checkout is there. Okay, this one, link checkout, I can link checkout to checkout. Okay, Okay, it says, okay, so that way you can link. If I want to link terms of service, right, you can simply select this. So these two got linked. So this way you can link the properties and then merge the modules. Okay, so in this case, in my case, because my target module has the updated module properties, I want to keep only target modules. Okay, that's why I'm going to click merge. As soon as I click on merge, it merges all your properties and it keeps your target. If you see here, the source module will be deleted. Okay, so done. Close it. If you see here, you don't have another shopping cart module here. I have only one shopping cart module. Now rename this as shopping cart. That's it. So now my shopping cart module is only one module with all my controls, right? So hope you all understand the concepts of rescan existing module, why we are rescanning, and how can you manage the value range column in your module at attribute level, right? That means test data can be managed as an attributes so that you can use them in test case section as a drop down values. You simply pick up those the test data from the drop down values, right? And then how can you merge the modules? Okay, hope you all understand the concepts very well. These are all really very important concepts while automating your test cases. If you have any queries, leave your queries in the comment box. I'll try to respond to your queries. Thank you.
Hope you all understand how to apply the value range. How can you perform rescanning of your modules or rescanning of your controls? And then how can you perform module merge? Please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos. Thank you.